故によって生じているAvoidable Deaths、すなわち回避可能な死という問題は極めて重要な課題となっております。12年前のちょうど今頃に発生した東日本大震災は言うに及ばず、天災や事故によってたくさんの方が亡くなる現実を私たちは毎年のように目にしております。それは日本だけにとどまらず、先月のトルコ南部での大地震など国際的に見ても回避可能な死を減少させることが喫緊の重要な課題となっております。私たち関西大学ではこのような回避可能な死の問題も含め、災害や事故の問題を学術的に探求し、それに対する対処を研究・提案するために2010年4月に社会安全学部を設立いたしました。この社会安全学部は単に例を見ない大変ユニークな学部としてスタートしたわけですが、決して予見していたわけではありませんけれども、翌年に東日本大震災が発生し、この学部の必要性と重要性が改めて深く認識される結果となりました。関西大学といたしましては、この学部が自然災害や社会災害など生活に潜むさまざまな危険とその対応策に対して我が国を、そして世界をリードする組織としてこれからも発展していくことを全力で後押ししていきたいと考えております。その社会安全学部の創設以来の教員である白下秀之准教授と英国レスター大学のニベッタ・エイベネット先生が今回のイベントを主催されております ADN 回避可能な死を避けるためのネットワークを2019年に設立され、今日では国際的に活動されていることを私も関西大学も大変嬉しく思います。聞くところでは2019年3月にわずか3名のメンバーでスタートされたそうですが、現在ではすでに700人を超えるメンバーが参加していると伺っております。この急速な拡大はこの問題に世界各地の多くの方々が深い関心を持っていることの表れに他ならないと考えます。さて、日本では9月1日の防災の日のように年に数回災害のことを考えるための日が設定されております。9月1日は1923年の関東大震災にちなんだもので、1960年にこの日が設定されてから60年以上にわたり、毎年全国各地で避難訓練などの防災関連行事が実施されていることは皆様ご存知の通りです。こうした啓発日があるからこそ、私たちはいつ来るかわからない災害を我がこととして考える機会を持つことができるのです。この度、回避可能な死を避けるためのネットワークによって3月12日を回避可能な死の国際啓発デーとするキャンペーンを始めることを大変嬉しくと思うと同時に、また必要なことであると確信しております。近年我が国では南海トラフ巨大地震発生のリスクが強く意識されるようになってきました。最近テレビで放映されたドラマをご覧になった方もいらっしゃるかもしれませんが、災害とそれに対する対処を我がこととして考える上で国際啓発デーを設けることは大変重要なことであると思いますし、その立ち上げのイベントを音楽が中心となり、そして防災の重要な当事者であるIzumiotsu市の全面的な支援のもとに開催できることを関西大学としても大変ありがたく存じます。最後に、本日の開催にあたってご尽力いただきました関係者の皆様に厚く御礼申し上げるとともに、本日が今後回避可能な死をより一層減少させるための大きな一歩となることを記念して私のご挨拶といたします。本日は開催誠におめでとうございます。
ありがとうございました。ただいまご覧いただきましたのは、失礼いたしました。関西大学副学長の藤田隆夫先生のご挨拶でした。では、続きまして、レスター大学でございますので、ここからは司会をバトンタッチしまして、ニベリタ・レイベネスさんにお願いしたいと思います。
Hello everybody, good afternoon, and my name is Nivedita Ray Bennett, and I'm from the University of Leicester. I'm going to introduce our Pro-Vice Chancellor and the head of the College of the College of Social Sciences, Arts and Humanities, Professor Henrietta O'Connor. She is a professor of sociology and senior fellow of the Higher Education Academy and a fellow of CIPD and an elected trustee of the British Sociological Association. I'm going to read her script. Unfortunately, due to technical problems, we could not record her message. So she sent me the text, and I'm going to read it on her behalf. Esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to be able to share a brief speech with you at the launch of the Avoidable Deaths Network's global campaign, International Awareness Day for Avoidable Deaths, on 13th March 2023. I am very sorry that I cannot be with you today and that technology issues prevented me from recording my speech. I would like to begin by congratulating the founders of the Avoidable Deaths Network, Dr. Nivedita Ray Bennett and Dr. Hideki Shiroshita, and the members of Avoidable Deaths Network for launching this global public engagement campaign and the campaign slogan, Disaster Deaths Are Avoidable. Both the global campaign and the slogan align with the University of Leicester's motto, Ut vitam habeant, so that they may have life. Leicester was founded by local people as a living memorial to honor those who made sacrifices during the Great War. In academic year 2021-2022, the University of Leicester celebrated 100 years. Current and former students and staff and the local community came together to mark this moment, reflect on our past, and look ahead. The Avoidable Deaths Network's global campaign is futuristic, and at the same time, it is the need of the hour. It aligns with Leicester's research strength for sustaining the world and promoting social justice and inclusion in the UK and abroad. We are going through some of the most challenging times of our lives, including the cost of living crisis, climate change, war in Ukraine, among other things. The University of Leicester is responding to these challenges through research and global campaigns such as this. In 2022, the Vice-Chancellor and President, Professor Nishan Kanagraja, launched 5 research institutes to address some of the global challenges that we all are facing. The Institute for Environmental Futures is one of them. It tackles the climate emergency and global species extinction crisis to ensure that future habitability of our planet. We invested more than 14 million in PhD scholarships to nurture the next generation of research leaders. These scholarships are central to our new strategy, Citizens of Change. Which seeks to reinforce and expand ambitious innovation, research, and enterprise in Leicester over the next decade. In 2017, the University of Leicester ratified the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. This global campaign of reducing disaster deaths, direct, indirect, or delayed, cross-cuts several sustainable development goals. It is therefore paramount that this global campaign receives all the support it deserves. As the Pro Vice Chancellor and Head of the College of Social Sciences, Arts and Humanities at the University, I am delighted to support Dr. Nivedita Ray Bennett and colleagues in their ambition to ensure that this campaign is a global success in reducing disaster deaths, locally, nationally, and globally. Thank you very much. Okay, so our third speaker is Professor Heiko Balstam from the University of Leicester, and he is the director of the Institute for Environmental Futures. Unfortunately, Heiko couldn't be here today because he is in Austria, but he has sent us a pre-recorded message. So we will play that message now. Thank you.
On behalf of the Institute for Environmental Futures at the University of Leicester in the United Kingdom, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the International Awareness Day for Avoidable Deaths. The Awareness Day is of great importance to our Institute. Sadly, environmental disasters such as flooding, wildfires, crop failures, the transmission of pathogens between animals and humans, and others are threatening people's lives every day. Many of the resulting deaths could have been avoided. The climate emergency only makes this problem worse. For better understanding of the environmental risks that we face, better adaptive capacity, and better disaster risk reduction and risk management systems, we can avoid many losses of lives in the future. The International Awareness Day for Avoidable Deaths draws international attention to these issues. Hence, it is tremendously important for improving on the status quo. Some of the research we do in the Institute for Environmental Futures aims to contribute to finding solutions to disaster-related problems. In my role as Institute Director, I will keep putting my energy into new transdisciplinary working methods that co-create knowledge through research that is done in partnership with non-academic organizations. To give you an example how our research can support disaster risk management, one of our students at the University of Leicester's MSc in Satellite Data Science, Arif Al-Jehani, together with Professor Kevin Tansey, has analyzed satellite images of the city of Kahramanmaraş in Turkey, taken before and after the recent devastating earthquake, to show the extent of its impact upon buildings and infrastructure. The images assist humanitarian efforts in the wake of the disaster, in partnership with Karadeniz Technical University in Turkey. The images were acquired by Worldview 2, a high-resolution satellite operated by the company Maxar. Thank you.
ありがとうございました。ありがとうございました。では続きまして、ご挨拶賜りますのは、泉大津市教育長の竹内悟先生でございます。竹内先生は2019年から、泉大津市教育長をお務めでございます。竹内先生におかれましては、1982年、昭和57年に、大阪体育大学をご卒業後、泉大津市の中学校の体育の先生になられました。その後、海外のですね、日本人学校シンガポールであったりとか、ジュネーブの日本人補習学校であったりとかで、学校長を務められまして、現在は泉大津市の教育長をお務めでございます。それでは、竹内先生、どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
皆さん、こんにちは。泉大津市教育委員会教育長の竹内でございます。本日は 回避可能な市のネットワークによる国際啓発デーのイベントが開催されるにあたり、一言ご挨拶申し上げます。私は本日のイベントが泉大津市で開催されると伺ったときに大変誇らしく感慨深い気持ちになります。それは防災と国際の2点についていずれも本市の教育で重要な位置づけにあると考えて取り組んできたからです。防災という点につきましては、関西大学社会安全学部の城下准教授と連携し、平成26年度から市内小中学校において本格的に防災教育を実施し、現在に至るまで数々の実践を積み重ねてまいりました。特にカードゲーム形式の教材クロスロードを導入いただいたことにより、それまでの避難訓練や講義により知識を得ることを目的とした防災教育から多様な他者の立場や考えに触れながら納得感を作り上げる共同的な学習により、思考力、判断力、表現力の育成という観点が持たされました。国際という点につきましては、本年度より本市の小学校1校をモデル校に指定し、英語イマージョン教育の取り組みを始め、1年が経過しようとしているところでございます。この取り組みは、子どもたちが英語に触れる機会を増加させることで、英語を身近に感じ、抵抗感を減らし、英語力の向上を目指し、長期的にはグローバルな社会に羽ばたき、活躍できる人材の育成につながることを期待したものでございます。そして、防災教育に特に力を入れて継続的に取り組んできたのも、英語イマージョン教育のモデル校も泉大津市立浜小学校であります。本日は第3部において、浜小学校の取り組み紹介も予定されております。本日発表に関わる子どもたちは、学校での学びが国際社会で生かされるという大変貴重な経験をさせていただくことになり、私も大変楽しみにしております。南海トラフ巨大地震、津波が起きた場合、避難意識が低いと約2000人の犠牲者が泉大津市で出ると言われております。また、命が助かっても被災後の生活では様々な困難が待ち受けており、人々の生活は長期間にわたり様変わりしてしまうことも予想されます。私は犠牲者が生まれることを回避し、直面した困難を乗り越えるために重要となるのは、子どもたちのクロスロードや本日の国際会議のような多様な対話であると考えております。この貴重な対話の場である回避可能な市のネットワーク及び国際啓発デーのイベントのさらなる発展並びにご参加いただきました皆様のご健勝とご多幸を記念いたしまして、私の挨拶とさせていただきます。
ありがとうございました。竹内先生、どうもありがとうございました。それでは続きましては、泉大津市危機管理官でいらっしゃいます正狩拓也様から、ご挨拶をいただきたいと思います。よろしくお願いいたします。
皆さん、こんにちは。泉大津市危機管理官の正狩と申します。本日は回避可能な市の国際啓発デーの立ち上げイベントの開催、誠におめでとうございます。また、城下先生にこれましては、長年にわたり、本市の命を守る防災教育でご尽力いただきありがとうございます。それでは、私の方からは、本日、災害で亡くなる人を減らすための本市の3つの取り組みをご挨拶としてお話しさせていただきたいと思っております。はい、この3つですね。1つは避難生活質の改善、2つ目が早めの避難、そのための仕組み、 3つが企業と市民とのコラボというところです。お願いします。まず、Izumiotsu市危機管理課っていうのを紹介させていただきます。これはですね、実はまだ危機管理課っていうのは歴史が浅くてですね、市によってはまだない自治体がありますので、ちょっと考え方がいろいろ違いますので、本市の場合これ出てますが、市長直轄という、そういった組織になっています。市長、副市長、危機管理課ということで、ルーに属していません。はい。で、なぜ、本市の場合はこういう市長を直轄にしているのかっていうところなんですけれども、重大な危機を乗り切るための組織ですので、日頃から市長と担当職員の結束を強めていきたいということで、市長直轄組織となっております。担当してますのは、災害、テロ、パンデミック、こういったものです。うちの場合はですね、職員が7名なんですけども、特徴的には、専門職が3名いてまして、課長など牧職、参事が元自衛官、課長補佐が消防士、こういった構成になっています。私なんですけれども、ちょうどですね、これまで30年で発生した3つの危機事象、これにすごく縁があります。はい、で実は1994年に市役所に入ったんですけれども、その年に阪神・淡路大震災が発生しまして、応援職員として派遣されました。で、2004年にですね、テロがあったために国民保護法ということで、国民保護計画ということを作ることになったんですけれども、その翌年に危機管理室っていうのが初めてIzumiotsuでできました。室長1名と担当者1名の2名ということで、その時の担当者です。で、最後に、このコロナが発生しまして、2020年3月に初めて、コロナ特措法ということで、緊急事態宣言を4月から出せるようになったんですけれども、その時に危機管理官として、また危機管理課に戻ってまいりました。で、実際、じゃあどのような災害がIzumiotsu市であるのかというところなんですけれども、近年起きた災害としては、平成30年9月の台風21号。で、これから起きるかもというのが、南海トラフの巨大大地震です。台風21号の時はですね、建物にも相当被害が出ましたので、このブルーシートを配布したり、また断水や停電もございました。で、南海トラフの巨大地震については、どんな地震かっていうと、津波の到達が約95分で津波が来ますよという、そういった想定のなっております。はい。で、3つお話しするというところの、まず1点目、そうですね。はい。なぜ避難生活の質の改善をするのかというところですけれども、次ですね。はい。実は一度助かった命が失われているというのが今日本の課題となっております。次お願いします。で、過去の震災の災害では、直接亡くなられる直接死より、災害関連死の方が圧倒的に多い。で、実際熊本地震の犠牲者の273人のうちも 80% 以上の方が災害関連死でした。ですから、避難生活は心身、体に大きな負担がかかるので、今はその生活の質っていうところに取り組んでいるところです。で、熊本地震ではですね、中でもエコノミークラス症候群の入院患者の女性っていうのが 77% だったんですね。それで、まず、女性視点で災害への備蓄品っていうのを見直しております。ここの例にあるようなものを今整備しているところでございます。また、多様な若者、多様な人を参画して訓練の内容を見直したり、その中で多世代が話し合ってどういったことが災害時に必要かというような取り組みも今年度から取り組んでいます。で、また、災害というのは大事なんですけれども、皆さんあまり関心持たれないので、切り口を変えて、子育て体験会に来られている方に、そこで災害の備えについて、どういったことが困るのかということについても、今は啓発とかもしております。で、2つ目です。早めに避難していくための仕組み作りなんですけれども、実際ですね、これが今まで我々、台風の時に避難所を開設しても、妊産婦さんというのがこれまで避難されたことがございませんでした。で、やはり聞くと、子供が夜泣きする。 授乳の問題、また今でしたら感染症、いろんな不安があって、妊産婦様、避難、なかなかしにくいねっていうのがありまして、妊産婦が躊躇なく避難できるようにするために、ホテルの個室を妊産婦の避難所っていうことの専用の避難所にしています。で、具体的には、洪水の浸水想定区域にお住まいの妊娠中か出産1年以内の方で、災害協定を結んでます市内ホテル2カ所で、宿泊代は市が負担するという無料になっています。で、これはなぜかというと、非常に脆弱な妊産婦の福祉避難所、これ日本全体そうなんですけれども、と言いますのも、これまでの避難所の選択肢、これマトリックスになっていますが、右下見ていただきますと、福祉避難所として、国の方が災害時に配慮しなさいねって言われているのが、障害の方、高齢の方、妊産婦なんですけれども、我々も今までは特別養護老人ホームとか、障害施設っていうのは10程度ですね、そういった専用の避難所を作ってたんですけれども、妊産婦さんはこれまでございませんでした。で、やはり、災害っていうのは、危機事象と、すごい対策が脆弱になると、やっぱり災害になってきますので、この脆弱性を小さくして、減災していきたいという考えで、今、そういった部分に取り組んでおります。で、加えてですね、やっぱり子育て中というのは非常に忙しいので、なかなか自分たちで用意できない。これちょうどピジョンっていう赤ちゃんメーカーのアンケートを取ったら、用意もしてないし、何を用意したらいいかわからないっていう回答がありましたので、わからないのを分かったということで、妊産婦さんに一遍ホテルに避難してもらうという訓練をこの前やりました。これは本当にヘルメットとかで避難してきてくれはったんですけれども。はい。で、その中ではいろいろ赤ちゃんの心肺蘇生法とか、で、台風で断水の時、災害で断水の時の選択の仕方とかですね。はい。まあ、いろいろやったところです。はい。ちょうどですね、すいません。もう一回戻っていただいて、左上見ていただくと、子供連れだとなかなか気を使ってこういうイベント参加できないということだったんですが、まあ、ここは赤ちゃんばっかりなんで、はいはいしてもらったり、泣いても大丈夫ですよという形でやりました。はい、次お願いします。で、最後に、企業と市民さんとも一緒にいろんなことをやっています。例えば、災害の課題を民間企業と解決するということで、避難所がかなり不足してますので、住友ゴム工業というところとの体感を借りて避難所を作ったり、また、災害っていうことだとなかなか関心持っていただけませんので、食べることと一緒に災害を啓発しようということで、吉野家さんという流動チェーンとですね、市民の啓発というのを一緒にやったりもしています。で、また、若い方に興味を持ってもらえるように、こうしたセガ XD というゲーム会社なんですけど、そのゲーム感覚の防災訓練、こういったこともやったりもしております。で、何よりもですね、泉大津市は市民の方の協力が素晴らしくてですね、これちょうどコロナ禍であまり、この3年間ではできてはいないんですけども、安全安心のための連携ということで、市民の方も入っていただいていろんなことをやっています。6つの対策委員会があるんですけれども、最後のページですね、ここいただいたら、はい、災害安全対策委員会ということで、まあ、こういったところでもいろいろ、じゃあ、みんなと一緒に力を合わせてどういったことができるかというような取り組みもしております。こういうような取り組みもしておりますので、また皆さんのお知恵とかをお借りして、良い連携ができればなと思っております。今日はどうもおめでとうございます。ありがとうございました。
朝倉拓也様、どうもありがとうございました。竹内悟さん、正狩拓也様の方からですね、教育と、それから危機管理という観点から、この取り組み、どういった意義があるのか、そして泉大津市でどんな取り組みをされているのかということを、詳しくご紹介いただきました。どうもありがとうございました。それでは、ここから第2部に移りたいと思いますので、第2部は、ニベタ・レイベネットが司会をいたします。よろしくお願いします。
Well, welcome. Thank you very much to our keynote addressees. I will take this as an opportunity to welcome everybody once again. Welcome to part 2 For this part 2, or section 2, you may call it, we have 4 speakers, and may I request the speakers to come on stage, please. So we have Professor Nuri Okada. May I request you to come on stage, please? Professor Rajiv Shah, please, and Ms. Alisa Hall, please, if you could. You could come late. Okay, thank you. Please. So I will start this session, so I can use this. For this part 2, right, okay. Thank you very much. So we will start this section 2. I will give you a little bit of an introduction about this global campaign and the goal and the purpose of this global campaign. And after that, I will invite our speakers to give us their talks. So first of all, esteemed colleagues, ladies, gentlemen, and ADN members, thank you very much for joining us today for the launch of this global campaign, International Awareness Day for Avoidable Deaths, or IAD4AD. I will begin by saying some thank yous to everyone who helped us get here today. I will then set out the conception of Avoidable Deaths Network and why we are launching this global campaign. I will then talk about the global campaign, why it is important, and what we would like to achieve. First of all, I would like to thank Kansai University for organizing the launch of this global campaign, and also the city of Izumiotsu for hosting this event at the Tech Sphere Osaka. Special thanks goes to our esteemed speakers and also to our ADN operation team, who have been outstanding and have been working tirelessly over 7 months to realize this global campaign event today. Finally, I would like to thank our advisor, Steve Globinski, for guiding us to organize this event. We can move to the next slide now. 4 years ago, on 12th March 2019, Hideyuki Shiroshita and I launched the Avoidable Deaths Network at the 4th Summit of the Global Alliance for Disaster Risk Institutes at Kyoto University. It was a very special day in my life. The past 4 years have been a tremendous journey of learning. Today, 13th March 2023, is another special day. I believe it is a historic day, and we all are making history by taking part in this launch of the global campaign. We are living through the most exciting and yet most challenging times of our lives. We can move to the next one, please. We are living through the COVID-19, cost of living crisis, climate change, and global warming, among other things. Last year at the COP27, the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres said something remarkable, and I quote, "The clock is ticking. We are in the fight of our lives and we are losing. Greenhouse gas emissions keep growing, global temperatures keep rising, and our planet is fast approaching tipping points that will make climate chaos irreversible. Climate change is the defining issue of our age, and it is the central challenge of our century. Over the past decades, extreme weather events and climate disasters have led to more than 400,000 deaths and affected more than 1.7 billion people around the world. According to the World Meteorological Organization's latest Atlas of Mortality and Economic Losses, the number of direct disaster deaths have been declining despite the increase in the number of disasters from 1917 to 2019. Losses, especially economic losses due to disasters, have been increasing largely in high-income countries, and most disaster-related deaths have been occurring in lower middle and low-income countries. Avoidable Deaths Network works in lower middle and low-income countries such as India, Bangladesh, Uganda, Belize, Barbados, and Pakistan. We feel it is paramount that we reduce the number of disaster deaths and the number of people affected by disasters in this region that we work. Right, so what are the major causes of disaster deaths? Storm surges are the main cause of direct death due to cyclone, hurricane, typhoon, causing drowning. Second, snake bites are the largest cause of indirect deaths in lower, middle, and low-income countries. And Avoidable Deaths Network covers both the drowning and snake bite-related deaths. Now, all the deaths from the direct impact of disasters known as direct disaster deaths are recorded by the major databases. Indirect disaster deaths and missing persons are currently not recorded at national and local levels. It is important that these disaster deaths are reported and reported in order to meet the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction's global target A, which is reducing disaster deaths, and global target B, reducing the number of people affected by disasters by 2030. And these global targets work in interface with several sustainable development goals. Therefore, the purpose of this global campaign is fourfold. Number one, to raise the visibility of disaster deaths, especially indirect disaster deaths and missing persons. Second, to capture the causes and circumstances that lead to disaster deaths so that context-specific interventions can be put in place to save lives. Number three, to promote the slogan, disaster deaths are avoidable. They're avoidable through preventable, amenable, and risk governance measures, which we call it Avoidable Deaths Framework. And finally, to reduce the actual number of deaths from disasters and also value the number of lives saved and the saved lives. We can move to the next one. So we have developed 13 key global messages, assets for the campaigners, and these assets are available to download from our website. Some of the examples of our cultural assets are on the desk. Please feel free to collect them. The global campaign will be celebrated annually. We invite you to celebrate this day and raise awareness of avoidable deaths that are taking place in your cities, towns, and villages. We will conduct a midterm evaluation in 2028 to take stock of this campaign. After 2033, we will drop the word awareness and then continue to celebrate 12th March as the International Day for Avoidable Deaths. So why is it important that we reduce disaster deaths? I think in simple words, because life is precious. We can replace damaged infrastructure, but we cannot replace a life that has been lost in disasters. In my book, Avoidable Deaths, I argued that reducing disaster death is a matter of redressing social justice. And this is because it is the poor and the socio-economically vulnerable sections of the society who carries the burden of disaster deaths. So we hope that this global campaign becomes a vehicle to redress social justice at local and national levels and a catalyst for change. The next one. So what should success look like for this global campaign? This global campaign marks the beginning of the second phase for Avoidable Deaths Network. We want to graduate from a learning network to an active action network. In collaboration with Care Connect, we have been experimenting knowledge exchange network in the Caribbean region and now in India through our snake bite project. We would now like to embark on a new journey of experimenting networking model with Professor Norio Okada and his iDream Society. And we would like to experiment networking model at grassroots or the local level with the at-risk community. We want to explore how this grassroots or local level networking model can be leveraged to develop strategic and targeted interventions for the potential victims of snake bites or drowning or of any other hazards. We would also like that this global campaign leads to, number one, fewer deaths from disasters at local and national level. We hope that it motivates national and state level governments and non-governmental organizations around the world to celebrate this day on 12th March, to create a culture of reducing avoidable disaster deaths. And finally, we would hope that UNDRR promotes this global campaign across all the UN member states who have ratified the Sendai framework. In the end, I believe the success of this global campaign is the journey of reaching the destination of zero avoidable deaths. We can move to the next slide. But I think it does not matter whether I reach the destination in my lifetime or not. Nonetheless, the journey has begun, and today we have all taken the first step towards that journey. As Ernest Hemingway puts it, it's good to have an end to journey toward, but it is the journey that matters in the end. Thank you very much for listening. So I would now like to welcome our guest speakers. First, it's Professor Mori. Professor Mori, may I request you to come and give us a presentation, please.
皆さん、こんにちは。これから本当は日本語でやるのが私もちょっと楽なんですが、ちょっといろんな都合から、これから英語で話をします。京都大学の防災研究所に長くいまして、10年前に退職し、その後、熊本大学にいまして、それから、関西学院大学の方の研究所を取っております。顧問をしております。以下はちょっと英語にで喋らせていただきます。すいません。Can I come down? Okay, thank you. So my title is this, field-based implementation effort to reduce avoidable death caused by disasters, natural disasters. Okay. Next, please. Today's main message for reducing avoidable death includes the following. Let us have more focus on bottom-up and evidence-based approach. And let us have more implementation-concerned approach. And let us strategically target most vulnerable people, unfortunately closest to avoidable death due to natural disasters such as earthquakes. Today, I would like to propose to launch field site-based span the implementation gap ADN project. So we see this way that there is a gap in implementation, different people working together, but that's a gap. So we have to work together to fill this gap. So let's span implement this gap. And let us span the implementation gap. So we may call it, let us sing. Let's sing. Next, please. Here's one evidence we learned. Back to 1995, Great Hanshin earthquake disaster that happened. And lots of people were killed and also injured. Main cause of death, crushed or suffocation, 84%. And cause of injuries, again, due to falling furniture. Then it's close to 50%. And others are. So what does it mean? Next, please. So what we've done and doing based upon lots of studies, for instance, Yoko Matsuda was a former student of mine who worked at Rescue Stockyard in Nagoya a lot. And Rescue Stockyard people and others came up with this kind of experience, which we may call a kind of single model story. Nail down your furniture to the wall. That easily saves your life at home in the event of an earthquake. And we have found out, at least there are 6 actors there. The most vulnerable victim actors are elderly people. So let's target them, elderly people. But there are some others, like actor 1, structural engineers. They come up with some easy to practice method, like nail your furniture down to the wall. And others, NGO, architect or carpenter, and social worker, and researchers. Okay, next please. We have collected, this means that lots of gaps you can find, big gaps or smaller gaps. So how to fill in these gaps? You have to communicate together, you have to work together. Next please. Okay, so actor 1, structural engineer. I have developed easy and inexpensive method to fix your furniture at the wall of your room. Here's a tool for you to nail it down to the wall. And based on this guy's efforts, other actors became interested and committed to move things further. Okay, next, Act 2, NGO guys. Oh, this looks interesting, and it should work. Let me organize a workshop, involve other actors, and make it happen. Next, please. Okay, so Act 3. I could volunteer to visit people at home and nail down furniture to the wall in the room. Next, please. And Act 4, social worker. I recently visited some elderly people to assist them at home. Act 6, elderly people. We are worried about earthquake risks since we live in an old apartment without any earthquake retrofitting. I'm quite worried. Act 4, deprived social worker. Why not invite a carpenter who can nail down your furniture to the wall of your room? Next, please. And the people said, no way. I don't like to see some strangers visit me and get into my bedroom. Oh, that's the place I needed the most aware of. Oh, I see. Then, shall I come with him to visit your apartment? So, super. Could you arrange that way? Okay. But I need to talk to other collaborators. Make that arrangement done. Okay, next, please. And this goes on. And researchers are also there. And this is very interesting. Let me keep track of all the processes. And the rest of the actors say, we need researchers, advice and support. And could you also facilitate a kind of workshop? Certainly. Let us meet together soon. This is a kind of a collection of real stories. So it explains us how people have to, communicate together all the way to this kind of common platform. How many actors? As is illustrated by this cartoon. Lots of conversation remarks, but finally they made it. Okay. So they had to network this way or another way. And eventually, the entire common ground they developed. So the question is how we can develop this kind of common ground. That's the question. But there could be another case, for instance, in Eastern Japan earthquake and tsunami disaster, drowned 90%. So totally different the way people are killed. This means that this furniture naming story per se doesn't apply. It may apply, but we also need another approach. Next, please. So if contexts are different, stories are different, we need to develop and share different types of stories for implementation gap reduction issue, depending on hazards, geo-conditions, eco-conditions, social conditions. But also, we can say that if contexts are similar, maybe most model stories may work. Okay, so let us try to collect and develop such model stories together. But this also requires us to work together. So we need to do this kind of participatory, collaborative, and networking enterprise for Avoidable Deaths Network. Thank you very much for your attention.
Our next speaker is Professor Rajiv Shah. Professor Rajiv Shah is a very special guest. Before I introduce Professor Rajiv Shah,
Microphone.
thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Okada-san, for your insightful presentation. So our next speaker is Professor Rajiv Shah. He's a very special guest today. Before I introduce Professor Rajiv Shah, I have a little note from Professor Peter Jackson's grieving widow, Patricia Jackson. So this session or this talk that Professor Rajiv Shah will deliver to Avoidable Deaths Network is an important lecture. It's partly because today we are also launching Professor Peter Jackson's annual lecture. Professor Peter Jackson was my mentor and was the head of the department where I work, which is the School of Business, and he worked at Leicester University for more than 45 years. Last year, we lost Professor Peter Jackson. And Professor Peter Jackson has been also the founding advisor of Avoidable Deaths Network. And Professor Peter Jackson was also my best friend. So we have decided to celebrate his legacy, his life, and the contribution that he made to Avoidable Deaths Network, that we launch an annual lecture. Now, Professor Peter Jackson was known for many things, but to me, he was only known to me as a mentor. So he mentored me, he nurtured me to become a leader. I'm still in the process of becoming a leader. I'm not a leader, I don't see myself that way, but of course, I'm in the journey of becoming a leader. So I can only thank Professor Peter Jackson for that. So we need people like Professor Peter Jackson, who really nurtures, supports the future generation leaders. So we thought that it would be really succinct to invite Professor Rajiv Shah for his global contribution, at the same time local contribution. And I've not met Professor Peter Jackson before, Professor Rajiv Shah before, so I'm delighted, but at the same time, I think Professor Rajiv Shah is globally known for his contribution to his students and the welfare of his colleagues and students and so on and so forth. So on behalf of Avoidable Deaths Network, I really thank Professor Rajiv Shah for accepting our invitation. So there's a little note from Pat Jackson. I would like to read it out. So many of you will already know that Professor Peter Jackson has made a major contribution to academia and are aware of his numerous publications in economics and strategy with particular emphasis on financial management, public expenditure, and public choice. Peter would be deeply honored to know that the Avoidable Deaths Network has dedicated its annual lecture series to his memory, and my personal thanks go to Professor Nivedita Ray Bennett for making this possible. My thanks must also go to Professor Rajiv Shah, who will give the first annual lecture Peter Jackson today. Professor Peter Jackson was a gentleman of great faith, and this quality underpinned both his academic and his personal life. It was demonstrated through the care and consideration he attached to the welfare and success of his colleagues, his students, and to his friends and family. He is and always will be sadly missed by those who knew him. I wish all of you here and all members of the Avoidable Deaths Network every success for today's launch, and hope that you will build on this success for the future. I am confident, as I know Peter would be, that the ADN will go on to save many lives by raising awareness, by helping to secure greater effective disaster risk governance, and enabling preventable and timely interventions. With kind regards, Patricia Jackson, Peter's wife and life partner. And she really wanted me to thank you for accepting our invitation. So, Rajiv Bhatt, please kindly deliver your talk. Thank you.
皆さんどうもこんにちは。慶応大学の翔です。生まれはインドで、日本はもう人生の半分以上になってますが、今日は優秀な同時通訳の方がいらっしゃいますので、英語で発表させてください。よろしくお願いします。Thank you very much, Nivedita, and thank you very much, friends and colleagues here. A very good afternoon. I am honored and privileged, as you already mentioned, to give this particular talk in front of these esteemed colleagues. Today, what I will be talking about more the mentoring the future leaders, both in the disaster risk reduction and sustainable development. I work in Keio University as a professor, but apart from that, I had some other few hats. So I also chair the United Nations Science Technology Advisory Group. So I also work on science policy interface. Then I also have this startup, like more focusing on the new innovations. So there I work with young and youth and practitioners. And then also the NGOs. I established one NGO based in Kobe called SEEDS Asia. So what I'm trying to point out is that the disaster risk reduction or sustainable development, it's not just the academia which matters. We need to work closely with the government. We need to work closely with the young generation. We need to work closely with the private sector, civil society, and so on. And everybody has its own perspective, and each and every of this encounter gave me tremendous co-learning or learning from the field. And of course, our journey also started with Professor Okada long back from 2004 onward. And it's always a challenge to talk after Professor Okada's excellent and eloquent speech. I would like to start with a few context. Many of you are possibly aware about Sustainable Development Goal, SDG, which is very popular. Then Sendai Framework, which was the disaster framework, and the Paris Agreement. All these frameworks were incorporated in 2015. So 2015, I'd say a landmark year. 2020, we experienced the start of the pandemic year. And this year, 2023, it's the evaluation year of many of these type of global framework.
we did some analysis about what is written in this framework. I'm sure that after this framework, many few people actually go through the document and see what is written there. And we use the term called local to search in all the different frameworks. And we found that it was mentioned 10 times in SDG, 48 times in the Sendai framework, and 9 times in Paris Agreement. How this term local is used? In terms of local community, local knowledge, local culture, local tradition, local adaptation, local planning, and so on. So my stake here is for any global framework to be actually implemented, we need a very strong emphasis on the local implementation. So that's the context one. Context two is this very colorful diagram. Some of you might be following this global risk outlook, which is published in every year in Davos. We popularly know the Davos Kaigi or the Davos meeting, that is in January, World Economic Forum. And that shows that what was the risk, the global risk in the previous year. I am showing here the story of 2020, 21, 22, and 23. 23 is this year, January. And every time 2020 is the analysis of the previous year, and so on. So 2020, you can see that these green boxes are the environmental risk, which are the disasters, climate change, biodiversity losses, and so on. So these are quite prominent in 2020. So that time, COVID was still not there. 2021, we have experienced COVID. So infectious disease comes as one of the major risks, which has the major impact. That was in 2021. But there were two other major risks which arise, which was the digital inequality and digital power concentration. All of us, we know that we changed our working style, work from home, then online education, online healthcare. We are possibly the privileged one to have digital connectivity, but not every part of the world is equally digitally connected. Many developing countries, many rural areas has challenges in the digital connectivity. Even in Japan, if you go to the rural area, small town, the aging population, possibly they are not that much digitally equipped with the urban youth that we see possibly around us. So that has become a major risk. That was in 2021. 2022, cybersecurity became one of the major challenges because many of us, we started online shopping or online payment. So the cybersecurity issue became a major threat. 2023, this year report, energy crisis and the cost of living or the food prices. And these two, why? Because of the Ukraine-Russia war, which has put tremendous pressure on the energy. So only within these 4 years, there have been a major change of the world where we started seeing the new type of risk. So what our main learning here is that the disaster risk is not just an isolated risk of the disaster. It needs to be looked at the global perspective of the complex and dynamically evolving risk landscape. So that is the context 2. Context 3. Context 3 is, some of you might be knowing the IPCC, which is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. So they published the report. I was the CLA, the coordinating lead author for the Asia chapter of this IPCC report. And in this IPCC report, we have started talking, this IPCC report, we have started talking about the climate resilient development. Earlier, we used to talk about the risk, but now we talk about the resilient development. And this famous diagram, which was from the UNDRR report, living with uncertainty. So any decisions we take at the local government level, at the prefecture government level, at the national government level. There are uncertainties, and we need to possibly cope with that. Next one, please. Now, can I go back to that?
You switch context for me.
Oh, sorry.
That's
yes,
why.
sorry. Okay. Yes. So this is another very important thing is this digital inclusivity. What the diagram shows that the internet connectivity. So you can see that the internet is quite common globally. We have around 5 billion internet users. Asia has the largest internet user, of course, for the population of China and India, that makes the largest internet user. Over the year, the internet user has increased. But what you are seeing on the blue is the urban internet user, and the orange one is the rural one. So there have been, for last 10 years, yes, both are increasing, but that gap between urban and rural digital connectivity, that remains, it's almost going parallel. And that is another major concern, that when we talk about the future risk reduction, when we talk about Prime Minister Kishida started this digital Zenentoshi, our colleagues from the local government, they will be quite aware about that. So when we try to talk about the digital agencies, different types of work in Japan, one of the major challenges is how you make this digital human resource development, like the people in the local government, how you engage them or how you develop that group of people who are digital native, what we call. So that's also a major gap in the urban and rural areas. Now go to the context 5, please.
Sorry.
And this is another main issue when we talk about our future. Some of you might have heard the word Generation Z, and I see maybe very few people from that generation sitting in this particular room. Generation Z is the people who were born between 1997 to 2012. So that is the new generation. And why Generation Z is very special? Because they were born with the smartphone. So from the very beginning, the information, they were born in the information age, and they were born with the smartphone. So possibly they have a different mindset. And why I'm telling this one, that when we try to mentor the young generation, it's not just there is a professor and giving a lecture to the student and trying to tell them this needs to be done. That does not work with the Generation Z. If I give lectures to my students in KO, half of them are asleep if I talk something which is nonsense and which is not possibly resonating something which they want. So Generation Z is something where they have customized need, what they want to learn. So possibly what we need to give them different types of choices, not just a very specific thing that you need to do that. So my summary here for this whole different context, next slide please, is that we have these 5 specific issues which I mentioned on the left-hand side. But what possibly we need to do in future, I always say that this cookbook versus nutrition guide, like we cannot give the young generation a recipe, that this is the recipe for research for disaster risk reduction. It does not work. We possibly need to provide them the choices of nutrition guide and let them cook what they want, let them make their own pathways. And that's at least my own understanding, my own learning, and my own belief over the last 25 years working in this field of disaster risk reduction. Experiential learning, in Japanese what we call the Taiken Gata Kyoiku, that becomes very, very important thing. Okada Sensei has been promoting this case-based learning from the case station. That's a very important thing. And another important thing, I will come back to this issue, is this entrepreneurship mindset. Next slide, please. I will give you a couple of examples of these innovations and the new, it's not a rocket technology, it's a very, very simple thing, what we call the citizen science. And citizen science has become now quite common in the disaster risk reduction. This is its application for inundation flooding in one of the Indian city. It's a very old city called Varanasi, which is along the river Ganges. This particular city had differential rainfall, and what we see that the different parts of the city had different water logging. And this motivation came from the parents of we were working with the school children there and the school teachers, and the parents, they told that they have always problem in accessing the road to bring their children back home after the disaster. So they wanted to know that which part of the city is accessible during the same inundation. And this is a pure drainage issue. And it's a very common in many of the developing countries. So what we try to develop, a very simplified AR-based, augmented reality-based tool, where you take the photo of the inundation level of the tire. It can be two-wheeler, it can be car, or it can be the truck. And based on that, it actually calculates the height of the inundation, and it gives a location in the Google map. So red means more than 60 millimeter of inundation. The next one, yellow means maybe 50, blue means 30, and less than 30. So that actually navigates the traffic, and especially, again, as I mentioned, that this motivation was to bring the children safely back by their parents back to home. Next one, please. This is another very simplified technology we used with some of our young colleagues from Tokyo University, and it started as a startup. This is called WOTA, W-O-T-A. If you just Google W-O-T-A, WOTA, you will be able to know more about their work. This is AI-based water recycling. And like there are two sort of product, one for the hand wash and another one for the shower. And this hand wash one, it does not need a water pipeline, water connection. So there is a sort of cylinder of 20 liters of water, and it can continuously, actually, you can make the hand washing. And this became actually quite popular during the COVID-19. And you can see many of the supermarkets, there are this water, they call the water box, wash, W-O-S-H, the lower one. And this water box is a box which contains around 200 liters of water. And with that, you can, around 100 people can take shower. And this was started in 2018 in Mami, in Kurashiki. If you remember that in 2018, then there were major flooding in the Western Japan. We worked in Kurashiki in Mami, and then, as we know that after the flooding, there are lots of mud which are transported in the houses, so you need to clean that one. And then people, when they go back to their elementary school, which are the evacuation center, there are not enough shower facilities. So this actually was used as a shower facility. And now they are also working with some of the local governments to make this as a part of the emergency tool. So my main focus nowadays are this what we call the science-based entrepreneurship. You know, like we have seen the young people coming quite strongly in different types of government work, or different types of research work, or different types of non-government work. Still, what is lacking in the disaster risk reduction is the entrepreneurship mindset. And this understanding actually started by talking to one of the Nobel laureates from Bangladesh. His name is Professor Mohammed Yunus. And he told me, Rajiv, you know that we see lots of young people who often after the graduation, they go for seeking a job, but they are not thinking to be the job provider. So from the job seeker to job provider is the entrepreneurship mindset. So how we can make new innovation with science, and that's why we work with different types of universities, try to develop the incubation center, and try to engage them to think about some new innovation. This water, I explained, that is one of the, just a small example of that innovation. And that possibly brings the gap between science technology and the private sector, and also between private sector and the policy. So this is the last slide. So what I would like to leave here with the message that yes, when we talk about the mentoring the young generation, we need that world is changing, and with possibly a very rigid mindset, we cannot mentor the young generation. And the young generation are possibly much ahead than us when it is coming for the information production, information gathering, information analysis, and so on. So we, the so-called mentor, also needs to change our mindset. We did some, and I did these 2 books just for my own learning and own understanding. One was with the emerging technologies for disaster risk reduction, and another one in this Society 5.0 and the digital transformation which Japan is actually undergoing. And there are so much of new learning, and I think the most important thing is that more than mentoring, it is the co-learning, and I always say that from co-design to co-development and co-delivery, if it can be done together with the communities, that is possibly the best way of providing the best message to the new generation. So with that, thank you very much for your kind listening.
Thank you, Rajipta. That was absolutely fascinating. May I now request our second last speaker. It's an absolute privilege to introduce Alisa Honganza from the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, Kobe office. So Alisa, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nivedita Ray-Bennett. So on behalf of the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, I'd like to thank the organizers, the Avoidable Deaths Network team, the University of Leicester in the UK, Kansai University in Japan, and the city of Izumiotsu for inviting the UNDRR to this important event to launch the International Awareness Day for Avoidable Deaths. As previously mentioned by other remarks, this global campaign has a direct alignment with the work of the UNDRR and the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. And we gladly support this initiative and hope for its success. Today, I'll be sharing a few slides to share more about this alignment and about the Sendai Framework Voluntary Commitments online platform, where the work of ADN has been published and recognized for its contribution to the implementation of the Sendai Framework. As many of you may be aware, and as others also mentioned, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction 2015 to 2030 was adopted by the UN member states in March 2015 at the UN World Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction in Sendai City, Japan. The Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction was the first major agreement of the post-2015 development agenda. The Sendai Framework recognizes the state as the primary role, has the primary role to reduce disaster risk, but also strongly emphasizes the shared responsibility by other stakeholders, including private sector, the academe, and civil society. And I'd like to actually mention Professor Okada's presentation on spanning the implementation gap that emphasizes the different actors' involvement needed for disaster risk reduction, as well as Professor Shaw's presentation on mentoring youth, the younger generations, to ensure that we have future leaders for disaster risk reduction, which portrays that all the society engagement is very important for us to meet the Sendai Framework for disaster risk reduction targets. So the Sendai Framework includes these 7 targets, as you can see in the slide. And as Dr. Nivedita Ray-Bennett already mentioned, there is a direct link between the International Awareness Day for Avoidable Deaths with the 2 targets A and B to reduce global disaster mortality and reduce the number of affected people globally. We welcome the work of ADN in raising awareness about avoidable disaster deaths, both direct and indirect, and we look forward to the contribution of ADN's campaign to meet the Sendai Framework targets. So the UNDRR has different tools that support the implementation of the Sendai framework that engages all of society. We have the Sendai Monitor for the national governments. We have the UN Plan of Action for the UN agencies. We have Making Cities Resilient 2030 for local governments. And finally, we have the Sendai Framework Voluntary Commitments online platform for multi-stakeholders, including private sector, the academe, and networks like the Avoidable Deaths Network. You can see here the Sendai Framework Voluntary Commitments online platform, which UNDRR launched in 2018. It captures non-state actors' voluntary commitments towards the implementation of the Sendai framework and provides a space to hear the voices of all relevant actors valuing their expertise and contributions. The platform is a useful tool to know who is doing what and where for disaster risk reduction and fosters the visibility of stakeholders' efforts and collaboration. As of March 2023, we have 114 commitments involving 669 organizations committed to 582 deliverables. Most recently, previous slide, thank you. So most recently, we actually published the Atakum Municipality's voluntary commitment. You can see it here. So Atakum is actually a local district in the north coast of Turkey, implementing activities for disaster preparedness and response. They submitted their commitment just a few days prior to the devastating earthquake that cost over 40,000 lives in Turkey and Syria, and the municipality is now helping displaced victims from the regions affected. The platform is also being used by UNDRR and by stakeholders for monitoring and accountability. And you can see a glimpse of the voluntary commitment of the Avoidable Deaths Networks here on the website. We would like to take this opportunity to thank ADN for their regular updates to their voluntary commitment and recognize their significant work that they have achieved for last year, including 8 knowledge exchange public engagement webinars, with a total of 798 registrants, and 2 stakeholder workshops, 3 stakeholder consultations with 140 participants, among many other achievements. And you'll see here at the bottom, one of the highlights that we've also published for the ADN to show their good practices and achievements. In November 2022, ADN's activities were highlighted in the Caribbean region, where a symposium was held with more than 100 participants across 21 Caribbean countries. The symposium concluded with an agreement among participants on the need to increase collaboration, coordination, and communication in national disaster response planning and mitigation efforts among all first responders in the Caribbean region to reduce the avoidable disaster deaths and limit the impact on affected populations. Finally, the UNDRR also takes stock and conducts analysis on all the voluntary commitments submitted by stakeholders through a synthesis and analysis report that is published every 3 years. We also conduct regional analyses and analysis for specific initiatives, such as the UNDRR Private Sector Alliance for Disaster Resilient Societies. Here we show a network analysis that we've done from our latest report in May 2022, with a focus on voluntary commitments covering 6 countries, showing their different connections. So if you would like to know more about the voluntary commitments on the Sendai Framework online platform, kindly access the platform through this link. And we also encourage you to read our latest SFVC synthesis and analysis report, which was launched during the global platform in Indonesia. Finally, so UNDRR recognizes that the only way to ensure disaster deaths are avoided is by working together through all of society engagement. Thus, we encourage everybody's participation in the International Awareness Day for Avoidable Deaths. It is also important to understand how much we have progressed towards our objectives and targets, and we continue to promote the use of the SFBC online platform for this purpose. Once again, congratulations to the ADN team, especially Dr. Nivedita Ray Bennett and Dr. Hideyuki Shiroshita for launching this campaign, and we look forward to featuring the activities from this campaign on the SFBC platform for this purpose. Finally, it is a great pleasure to share with you today the remarks of Ms. Mami Mizutori, Special Representative of the United Nations Secretary General for Disaster Risk Reduction and head of the UNDRR. Unfortunately, she was unable to come to the launch in person, but she has graciously shared her video message to officially launch the International Awareness Day for Avoidable Deaths.
Esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to voice my support for the global campaign to introduce the 12th of March. Esteemed colleagues, it is my pleasure to voice my support for the global campaign to introduce the 12th of March as the International Awareness Day for Avoidable Deaths. I thank the members of the Avoidable Deaths Network and especially its founders, Dr. Nivedita Ray Bennett and Dr. Hideyuki Shiroshita, for your dedication to raising awareness of these critical issues. This campaign and its slogan of Disaster Deaths Are Avoidable speak to the heart of what we at the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction advocate for day and night, which is that disasters are avoidable and so are the human and economic costs they inflict. Reducing disaster deaths and diminishing the number of people affected by disasters are the first two targets of the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, which is the global roadmap for reducing disaster risks and losses by 2030. And yet, as important as these targets are, we still lack the full data to understand how these targets are being met in different countries. To address this, UNDRR has made enhancing the collection and reporting of disaster loss data a top priority in our technical support to countries. This includes data that is disaggregated by age, sex, and disability. Your work helps us bridge that knowledge gaps so that countries can properly account for all disaster deaths, be they direct, indirect, or delayed. This information is not only necessary to capture the true burden of disasters, but more importantly, to design and implement interventions that counter them. That is why I'm grateful to ADN's members and I appreciate your many achievements. This includes your voluntary commitments published on the Sendai Framework Voluntary Commitments platform. As stakeholder contributions play an important role in the implementation of the Sendai Framework, the platform is our main mechanism to mobilize and monitor commitments. It also offers stakeholders a chance to publicize their accomplishments, learn from one another, and collaborate. I encourage all organizations to register your voluntary commitments as well. In closing, allow me to thank you again for your dedication to this cause and for inviting me to be a torchbearer for this campaign's launch. With that, I declare the launch of the global campaign. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Alisa, for making this happen. Thank you, Alisa, and thank you to Mami.
南市長、よろしくお願いいたします。
皆さん、こんにちは。ここ地元、泉大津市で、市長をやってます、南出健一と申します。本日は、回避可能な市の国際啓発デーの創設、誠におめでとうございます。関西大学の城下先生はじめ、レスター大学とのこの連携、また世界中の研究者のこのネットワークが立ち上がって、この回避可能な市をしっかりと啓発やっていこうということで、こういった動きが起こっていることを本当に嬉しく思いますし、また今日は創設イベントをここ泉大津市でやっていただけたということ、大変光栄に感じております。本当にありがとうございます。泉大津市の市役所危機管理官の正狩の方から泉大津市のいろんな取り組みについてお話があったかと思いますが、今日は後ほど地元の浜小学校の子どもたちが泉大津のこの取り組みを発表するということで、皆さん期待をして聞いていただけたら嬉しいなと思います。冒頭、おそらく城下先生の方からお話があったかと思いますけども、南海トラフ巨大地震のこの津波が起こった時には、これ最悪の場合ですね、亡くなる方は2000人を想定されているということですけども、まさにこれも、この想定されている数字もですね、しっかりとみんなでこの意識を高め、みんなで助け合い、率先したこの避難行動、対策ができれば、限りなくこれはゼロに近づける、ゼロを達成できるというふうに信じてやめません。そのためには、やっぱり我々行政だけではできませんので、官民連携、市民参加型でどう防災力を高めるか、その中にこの子どもたちの防災力を高める取り組みを学校、地域と連携やっていけるっていうのは、すごく有意義だなと思ってますし、以前、プロジェクションマッピングを浜小学校でやった時の様子も私もしっかりと覚えてますけれども、すごく心強いものだなというふうに思いました。まさに地域の防災リーダーが、この地元、泉大津の浜小学校から育ってきてるっていうのは、すごく嬉しいことだなと思っております。で、対策に終わりはありませんので、もう様々な取り組みを官民連携、市民共創で重層的にやってるわけですけども、やっぱり見落とされがちな視点である、例えばジェンダー視点、女性目線の視点であったり、高齢者の視点、いわゆる災害弱者の視点っていうところも、多様な視点を取り入れて今災害対策やってるんですが、例えば、避難所の取り組みなんかでも女性の視点を取り入れてやったところ、ものすごくもう反省ばっかりでした。災害関連死っていうのが、いわゆるこれ2割ぐらいあるって言われてますけども、やっぱり避難所のこのストレスから来たりですね、体調を崩されるってこと、そういったところからも、市ではいろんな対策を見直す中で、やはりこういうことをやってますと、例えば先ほど出たって聞きましたけど、大田さんって言いまして、水の循環システム。こういった、技術を今実は泉大津にも寄贈をやっていただいて、例えば、防災でこれ災害の時、自衛隊が来て、お風呂の入浴ってことも行われますけども、こんな取り組みも、例えば配慮が必要な方、プライバシーが確保できた中でシャワー浴びれるような、そういったシャワーブースなんかも100リットルの水で100人が浴びられるというような技術も今、泉大津は準備をやっています。そういった最先端の技術なんかも組み合わせながら、皆さんとより良い災害対策のモデルを泉大津から一緒になって作りながら、この回避可能な死っていうのを限りなくゼロに近づけるっていう挑戦を皆さんと一緒にやっていきたいと思いますので、どうか引き続きご支援いただけますと幸いです。結びになりますけども、本日の回避可能な死の国際啓発デーが本日を機に世界各地に広がりますことと、この啓発ということが抜けてですね、回避可能な死の国際デーというふうに発展されますことを心から記念しますとともに、本日ご参加の皆様が各地域で防災のリーダーになって、一人でも多くの方の命であったり健康を救える、そういった人材がたくさん生まれ、世界にネットワークが広がりますことを心からご記念を申し上げまして、私からのご挨拶、祝辞とさせていただきます。本日はご清聴本当におめでとうございます。
メッセージどうもありがとうございました。 りがとうございました。ただいま、大変に心強い、そして、大変に力をいただくような、ご挨拶をいただきまして、本当にありがとうございました。ぜひ、その、言葉に答えられるように、引き続き、頑張って努力してまいりたいと思います。どうもありがとうございました。それでは、先ほど、市長の話にもありましたけども、今からですね、この泉大津市立の浜小学校の子どもたちが、どんな取り組み、防災の取り組みをやっているのかということで、子どもたち自身に、お話をいただきたいというふうに思います。スライドのタイミングが
We will present our effort for disaster prevention learning.
浜小学校の防災学習の取り組みについて発表します。
We will announce 3 things.
3つのことについて発表します。
Why we are working at disaster prevention learning? Our efforts over the past 10 years, initiatives for this year.
なぜ防災学習に取り組むのか、10年間の取り組み、今年度の取り組みの3つです。
First, I would like to talk about why we are working on this disaster prevention learning.
最初になぜ防災学習に取り組むのかについて話します。
Japan faces threat over a huge Nankai Trough earthquakes.
日本は南海トラフ巨大地震の恐怖に直面しています。
Izumiotsu City is also an area with a high risk of a Nankai Trough megathrust earthquake.
泉大津市も南海トラフ巨大地震の危険に大いにある地域です。
2,000 people may die. Disaster prevention is low.
防災意識が低いと2000人の犠牲者が出る可能性があります。
However, I was told by Professor Shiroshita of Kansai University that if awareness of disaster prevention increases, number of casualties will drop zero.
ですが、防災意識が高ければ犠牲者がゼロになると関西大学の白下教授に教えてもらいました。
Izumiotsu City, where we are living, is a city near the sea.
私たちが住んでいる泉大津市は海の近くの町です。
If you are look at the hazard map, it is with a high risk debris danger.
ハザードマップで見ても危険度の高い地域です。
We need to raise disaster prevention awareness to protect our lives.
私たちは自分たちの命を守るために防災意識を高める必要があります。
Hama Elementary School was made various efforts to raise awareness of disaster prevention in the community.
地域の防災意識を高めるために浜小学校では様々な取り組みをしてきました。
We will announce our 10-year initiative.
10年間の取り組みについて発表します。
2013 Disaster Prevention Map Making.
2013年防災マップ作り。
2014 Proposal to make Izumiotsu safe.
2014年泉大津を安全にするための企画書作り。
2015 Disaster Prevention Program Hama TV Making.
2015年地震津波防災ビデオ作り。
2016 Tsunami Evacuation Drill Planning and Practice
2016年津波避難訓練企画運営
2017 Making a Disaster Prevention Newspaper
2017年防災新聞作り
2018 Japanese English Bilingual Poster
2018年日英2カ国語表記のポスター
2019 Tsunami Disaster Prevention Magnet Making
2019年津波防災マグネット作り
2020 Tsunami AR
2020年津波 AR
2021 Disaster Prevention Projection Mapping
2021年防災プロジェクトションマッピング
2020 Disaster Prevention Game Making
2022年防災ゲーム作り
I will announce our efforts for this year.
今年度の取り組みについて発表します。
This year, we made a disaster prevention game.
今年度は防災ゲームを作りました。
We worked on creating a disaster prevention game because I thought that everyone can run while having fun.
なぜ防災ゲームの作成に取り組んだのかというと、ゲームはみんなが楽しみながら学ぶことができると考えたからです。
I thought it was meaningful to run while having fun.
楽しみながら学ぶことに意味があると考えました。
First, we thought about what I wanted to convey to the players of the game.
最初にゲームのプレイヤーに何を伝えたいのか考えました。
Next, I thought about the balance between fun and disaster awareness.
次に楽しさと防災意識のバランスを考えました。
It was difficult to think about this balance.
このバランスを考えることが難しかったです。
Only fun doesn't convey the message, and if the message is too strong, it won't be fun.
楽しいだけではメッセージは伝わらないし、メッセージ性を強くすると楽しくなくなるからです。
It was a lot of work, but we made a good game together.
作業は大変でしたが、力を合わせていいゲームを作ることができました。
The games we made were enjoyed in class exchanges and with parents.
作ったゲームはクラス交流で楽しんだり、保護者と一緒に楽しんだりしました。
I'm glad that the fourth graders also enjoyed them a lot.
4年生も大いに楽しんでくれて嬉しかったです。
Our hope is that through this game, people's awareness of disaster prevention will increase.
このゲームを通して地域の人の防災意識が高まることが私たちの願いです。
We believe that disaster prevention awareness will increase and the number of people affected by the tsunami in Izumiotsu City will be zero.
防災意識が高まり、泉大津市の津波の被害が0人になることが私たちは信じています。
This concludes the presentation. Thank you very much.
これで発表を終わります。ありがとうございました。
to conclude by saying that this was your session? Just
No, your session, you can. Yeah, no problem.
Well.
Sorry. Yeah.
Well, I really enjoyed it. I hope you all did. So let's have another round of appreciation for our junior champion. Many congratulations. It's absolutely fantastic to our junior champions and as well as to Hideyuki Shiroshita. Thank you so much. Okay, so I would also like to thank the mayor, Minamide Kenichi. Thank you so much for attending the event. It's an absolute pleasure. Okay, so this is our session 3. We started with these amazing junior champions and the mayor's speech. So we will move on to the next part of this section, and we would like to invite our ADN Hub collaborators, and we will start. Before we start with the ADN collaborators, we have another junior champion, Master Orkunil Ghosh, and Orkunil has come from India to attend this global campaign. So, Orkunil, the stage is yours.
じゃあ、浜小学校の皆さんは今、配布されるということなので、OK。彼のやついけますかね ?5 分ぐらいなんですけど。5分ぐらい。
I can begin? Okay. Konnichiwa. Watashi wa Orkunil desu. Watashi wa Jusan Sai desu. I am Orkunil Ghosh from Mumbai, India, and I am a junior champion intern for special sessions. I joined ADN as a junior champion in 2020 when I was 10 years old. Since then, I have regularly contributed articles to raise awareness in the society about various topics such as sanitation, education, coronavirus, cyclones, and many more. My first project was creating awareness on drowning deaths. The World Drowning Prevention Day, declared in April 2021 by the General Assembly, is held annually on 25th of July. This global advocacy event serves as an opportunity to highlight the tragic impact of drowning on families and communities, and to offer life-saving solutions to prevent it. I was requested to design a poster, talk about it, and create a video. I developed a poster titled 10 Ways to Prevent Drowning Deaths. I began my research by collecting information from different UN reports, interviewing the coastal guards on beaches, and 3 experts. I'm based in Mumbai, and I could understand how common drowning is. My grandmother, who was born and brought up in Bihar, narrated her experience with floods and the prevalence of drowning deaths. Bihar is India's most flood-prone state, with 76% of the population residing in flood-prone areas. In June 2022, I began creating my video, and I also began developing my interview questions. I first interviewed a native Costa Rican. She made me realize that in Latin America, as soon as a disaster strikes, animal behavior changes. Second, I interviewed an environmental scientist. She explained that kids with no parental supervision are more at risk of drowning. Third, I interviewed a geography teacher. She mentioned that drowning deaths can increase or decrease depending on precautions. Drowning deaths lead to many deaths in India. Drowning is an avoidable death which can be prevented through effective public health measures and interventions that enable children to learn swimming. Similarly, for the special session on International Snake Bites Awareness Day, challenges and opportunities to reduce avoidable snake bites in Odisha, On September 30th, 2022, I researched and developed a poster. I found out that US Davis Health and the World Health Organization were helpful resources. The poster details 7 steps to prevent snake bites. Through creating this poster and listening to other speakers at the webinar, I learned a lot of new facts about avoiding snakebite deaths in India. I want to extend my heartfelt acknowledgement to Dr. Nivedita, Hideyuki-san, Ms. Lauren, and Ms. Anusha for their constant support and for never giving up on their patience in answering my questions. As a junior champion, I intend to work with ADN to make its vision and mission a success. Thank you. Arigato.
Thank you very much, Arko. I think we're going to take a little break because the junior champions are going back to their school. So please be patient with us, just a couple of minutes. Thank you.
じゃあ、浜町の皆さん、退出していただいて大丈夫ですので。
expert in risk management and
from the continent. I must say it's a great honor, and for me at a personal level, both from the professional background as well as my participation in ADN activities, it's quite fulfilling to be here. It's a momentous occasion where we have the opportunity to, convey and raise awareness about a very, very important issue that cuts across scales, important at the local level, important at the national level, important at the global level. I'll start by conveying my gratitude, more specifically to Kansai University. I'm here on this day, but I have been around for the last 3 weeks, courtesy of invitation and funding from Kansai University. And I want to pay my gratitude to the hardworking sensei, Professor Hideyuki, and the founding president of ADN, Nibedita-san, for coming up with this great idea about not only having the ADN, but also having this important day. We were given a limited sort of duration to speak today, and we are given 4 questions to address. The first one is, why is the International Awareness Day for Avoidable Deaths important? How do we see it? And I will give my own perspective as a person with a background in geography, so scale becomes very important. And as far as I'm concerned, this specific event for today is quite important. It's very timely and couldn't have come at a much better time than now. Why am I saying so? There are several reasons that I can give, but I will just highlight 2 things that I thought are quite outstanding in time. We know that in the last 2 weeks, the midterm review of the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction 2015-2030 was released. And I mean, it's a bulk document, but you can pick out and distill the most important messages. As we journey, as we travel towards the 2030, the earlier speakers spoke about the importance of 2030 when you couple Sendai, you couple the SDGs, you couple the Paris Agreement. What you see as some kind of overarching message from the midterm review is that we are likely to meet the goal and the vision of what is envisaged to be achieved by 2030. Now, we don't have time to go into those details, but one can argue that having traveled from 2015 and we are now in 2023, 7 years down the line, we are sort of veering off what is targeted to be achieved in 2030, which one can argue that it's some kind of an indictment, among us as a community of scholars, community of practitioners, community of policymakers, that there are some things that we have not done right. You can look at it from that angle. On the other side, you can also look at it that we have an opportunity in the remaining 7 or 8 years before we hit 2030 to put things in the right place to make sure that the envisioned global vision of 2030 is realized. What you also see, and it's part now of our meeting here, is that the midterm review, as well as other sort of reports, underscore the importance of interdisciplinary approaches as well as integrating science-based solutions. When we talk interdisciplinary, it's not just academicians, it brings academicians, science, everyone, like we have seen in this room together, to try and work towards resolving those issues. And in my opinion, IAD4AD is part of ADN's response towards meeting the global call, the agenda, the call that we should find a reorientation towards achieving what is desired in Sendai by 2030. So that's one of the key issues that I see from my perspective, why this specific day is very important. But also connected to that, I come from a country where if you look at it from the hazard perspective, we have a lot of these, whether it's landslides, whether it is floods and the like, there are quite many. One of the critical issues now when you look at it from a disaster point of view is that we have a problem of population growth. Ugandans are very active in producing children. We have the second, I think, highest population growth rate, about 3.3 per annum. So in our country, we talk about a population tsunami. We do not have the tsunami like you have here in Japan, but we have our own tsunami that can contribute towards, disaster occurrence when there are many and when they are vulnerable. So it gives me pleasure to be part of this conversation today, coming from a country that has that risk and which has the potential to increase out of certain factors. The other that is quite obvious to us, of course, we have been in this pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic. When you read the WHO data, approximately 6.9 million people have died from the COVID-19 pandemic. We have a fair understanding about it. I'm not putting on a mask because I was told today Japan has relaxed some of the conditions. But some of the lessons learned from this pandemic, there was a lot of denial, a lot of messages here, wrong and right, and I'm sure if certain things had been done right, we are talking about avoidable deaths, then we should be talking about a number that is substantially lower than 6.9 as we have it. So many people who are skeptical about it. Now, the other question is, what does IAD4AD mean in practice? Again, I don't have the time to move the spaces in order to explain it the way I understand it, but I want to take it at two levels. We have this common slogan, think globally, act locally. And you heard from Rajibu's presentation. The activists now these days talk about act globally, act locally. So you have the synergy, you are all over everywhere. It all has to do with, you have the message, it's not only the message, but you also need to act if we are to see a difference. So I'm being warned about that time, but just to briefly talk about it, I would summarize that it would imply we need to get robust evidence. We need to test out some things so that we are confident to carry this message in the communities, and then they should be able to understand it and accept us. Secondly, raising voices that we are already doing. This meeting here is part of that. but we also need to grow what I'm calling an ecosystem of competent actors and champions. Those have to be all over. How do we grow that? It's something we can reflect on. What do we do to reduce avoidable deaths, and how does your approach? What have I done? I take it as personal. When you look at Uganda, 62% of the deaths registered from natural hazards are linked to landslide hazards. When you couple in the other human-related, then accidents come into play to occupy some bigger space. But out of a summary, for me as an individual and for my institution, coming from an academic entity, has been part of creating awareness through scientific conferences, developing academic programs related to this, where we can grow a pool of champions who will be able to convey the message, working with central government, but also skilling, giving extra skills for people who are already professionals who are working somewhere, but they have some inadequacies here and there. And as the coordinator of the ADN Hub, making sure that the ideas, the philosophy of ADN cuts across or comes into a spectrum of organizations that are working on disaster-related issues. What will you do to promote this? Just as a summary, Nibedita, I know time is that high. One is working with some of, let's say, the existing platforms, right? For Uganda, we talk about the National Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction. One of the key sort of instruments or platforms that developed from the Hugo framework of actions that expired, that you need to have these platforms at national level where you can mobilize people and have continued conversations. So that's one of the most critical that I think I will continue harnessing. I'm already part of that. Engaging the youth, particularly the students whom we teach, they can be very, very good champions. And today I have learned that you also need to look at mentoring them to create jobs and whatever. So many avenues that can be explored there, working jointly with colleagues in ADN to make sure that some of the critical messages reach there. And of course, working with continental organizations. In conclusion, or in a nutshell, I want to say that all of us present here are part and parcel of the global fabric, connected together, and we have a responsibility, roles to play to make sure that we have avoidable deaths reduced and contribute to disaster resilience, and hopefully this occasion here today adds great value to those efforts. I want to thank you very much, and once again I acknowledge the sponsorship I got from Kansai University, as well as other agencies. Last but not least, as learning from here, understanding we need to work together, I, for example, would like to explore how, for example, we can have training arrangements between Jinja City, my city back home, with Izumiotsu. I have seen the mayor and the deputy mayor here. When we make those connections, there is a lot of learning. My apologies for overspending or over talking about you. Thank you very much.
Hello. As you already know that ADN believes in working with practitioners and people who are on the ground and learning from them, I would like to invite Mr. Dilip Patnaik, as the Executive Director of Odisha State Volunteers and Social Workers Association, to share his experience and so that we can learn from him.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
that's good. Just relax today.
So thank you everyone, and thank you ADN for inviting me for this important event, and I'm glad to be a part of ADN as well as I'm fortunate enough to attend this International Awareness Day for Avoidable Deaths. So I'm holding the ADN India hub, and I also work as the regional coordinator for ADN in India. We have been implementing few projects with cooperation from Nivedita and Dr. Hideyuki, and we have recently initiated the project called Reduce Avoidable Snakebite Deaths in India in 3 states. So I'll just go through a few slides. The next slide is there are some list of the major natural disasters that occurred in India, like Kerala flood in 2018 were 483 deaths. Then the Kashmir floods in 2013, 550 plus deaths. Then the Uttarakhand flood in 2013, that is 5,700 plus deaths. And the tsunami in 2004 were more than 227,000 deaths. The Gujarat earthquake is about 20,000 deaths. The Odisha supercyclone is more than 15,000. And the Bengal famine in 1770 is more than 10 million deaths. These are the list of the natural disasters happened recently. And India also accounts for approximately half of all global snakebite deaths, which is estimated that the burden of premature deaths as a consequence of snake bites is 6.07 disability adjusted life years. So over 1,000 deaths were attributed to snake bites across 30 districts of the state, according to the latest annual report of the natural calamities published recently by the Revenue and Disaster Management Department, Government of Odisha. So, so the next slide. Odisha is with a population of 46 million, and we face disasters every year, whether it's a cyclone, it's a drought, or it's snake bite. All these, are happening like every year, and and recently also the pandemic as well as the cyclone Amphan. So in 1999, we had the super cyclone, and the death rate was more than 15,000 officially, but non-officially it is more. And during the cyclone Phylline in 2013, about affected population was more than 1 million, and the damage was like more than 42 billion. So the next one. Yeah, so we call it as Odisha model, where we have worked hard. It's not like we as a civil society, it's a government effort was to reduce the disaster death. So we started, working on many issues all together, and the number has been reduced from 15,000 deaths by 64 deaths by cyclone Phylline. So there was a statement by the chief minister of the state. So we need zero casualty at any cost. So again, after 2013, we had the cyclone Amphan very recently last year, and the death rate has been narrowed down to 1. So during these years, we all worked hard, to reduce the disaster deaths. So all together. So these are the major steps has been taken by the government, like building the more than 900 cyclone shelters across the state, and many other like accuracy of early warning system and clear communication plan and effective kind of coordination by the group, for the relief and the rehabilitation process. So why this awareness day is important for me and my country. So this is important that aims to bring attention to the significant number of deaths that could have been prevented with proper care and proper awareness, and providing proper resources to the community by raising awareness of avoidable deaths. So the International Awareness Day for Avoidable Deaths can also help to promote accountability and transparency in healthcare system and also the government policies. The next slide. So this means to practice for me is like awareness raising, campaigns, conferences, symposiums, which will be organized across the state and across the country, including all the stakeholders, the government, civil society, UN agencies, and others, with a coordinating effort. So we will also advocate at the policy level for favorable policies to reduce the disaster deaths. So what we will do, we will strengthen through our various interventions. We will strengthen the healthcare systems, address social determination of health, improve health literacy, strengthening the emergency response system. The next slide. So we are trying, to engage youths so that they can play a major role, so that we will educate them. We will promote healthy behaviors, advocating for policy changes among the youth, supporting public health campaigns, road safety is a major requirement, mental health awareness, that's what we have found out, after the COVID-19, this is a requirement, and also the disaster preparedness. Yeah, this is all about what we are going to do, and we are hosting the ADN India hub also, and we are trying to take up various activities as suggested by the ADN time to time. Thank you so much.
Hello. Now I would like to invite Mr. Makbul Bhuiya, the Executive Director of Data Management Aid in Bangladesh. He's also played a very important role in disaster management in his country, Bangladesh, which is a highly disaster-prone, cyclone-prone area in South Asia. South Asia. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen and children, good afternoon. My name is Makbul Bhuiya and I am from Bangladesh. It's a pleasure to attend the Avoidable Deaths Network's launch of the global campaign, International Awareness Day for Avoidable Deaths. Thank you to Kansai University and the city of Izumiotsu for hosting the event. I am the Executive Director of Data Management Aid in Bangladesh. In short, it is also known as DMA. DMA provides research and consultancy to the UN and international agencies and universities such as Leicester and Portsmouth in the UK and Notre Dame and Tufts in the US. Bangladesh is located on the coastal of the Bay of Bengal, such as it is exposed to frequent tropical cyclones and floodings. Cyclones cause more than 100,000 deaths in the last 3 decades. We are also exposed to earthquakes, landslides, and droughts. Being a small coastal country, Bangladesh is highly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change and global warming. The government of Bangladesh has been working on disaster preparedness to reduce disaster-related deaths. And we have been successful in reducing disaster deaths from 500,000 deaths in 1970 to a couple hundreds thousands in 2021. Our success stories have been recognized by the international organizations. A global campaign such as International Awareness Day for Avoidable Deaths is a good opportunity to raise awareness about reducing disaster deaths and prevention measures that can reduce deaths in villages and towns of developing countries where the majority of deaths takes place. Data Management Aid has been working with Dr. Nivedita Ray Bennett since 2017. We have conducted 2 IPPF fund research projects. We developed an evidence-based intervention package called RHCC. The RHCC consists of 3 components: 2 low-budget kits called Facility Reproductive Health Kit and Crisis Reproductive Health Kits, capacity building training for program for health service providers, and community-focused awareness raising program. To make this package cost-effective, we are currently in the process of prototyping the facility and crisis reproductive health kits. There are a few policy briefs on display related to our RHCC package. Please feel free to take them home. The RHCC project is relevant to the global campaign because it is designed to reduce women and adolescent girls' deaths from post-abortion complications during disasters and humanitarian crises. We cannot stop disasters from happening, but we can mitigate their impact. Therefore, a global campaign such as this is really important to raise awareness and promote a culture of disaster preparedness. In 2020, we plan to launch the ADN Bangladesh chapter, but due to COVID-19, we could not do it. This year, in the month of June, we plan to launch the ADN chapter jointly with the Dhaka University. Dhaka University has very kindly agreed to host the chapter. We are very pleased that Dr. Fatima Akhtar is here to attend and launch and discuss the logistics for this chapter with the ADN team. The Bangladesh chapter plans to engage with the students of Dhaka University and other local universities so that the capacities can be built and supported to develop leadership skills for disaster risk management. We also anticipate that these students, our next generation leaders, would become the ambassadors of this global campaign in Bangladesh in change and developments. Finally, I would like to congratulate Dr. Nivedita Ray Bennett and Dr. Hideyuki Shiroshita for launching this much needed global campaign and the campaign slogan, Disaster Deaths Are Avoidable. I will provide all the necessary support that the ADN team would require to make this campaign a national success in Bangladesh. Thank you.
We all know that technology has a very significant role in reducing disaster deaths and disaster risks, and we depend on science and technology for various kinds of information and early warnings. None better than Dr. Fatima Akhtar to discuss these. She's an associate professor at the Department of Meteorology in University of Dhaka, Bangladesh, and she will share what her expertise and how it can contribute to disaster risk management as well as avoiding deaths. Thank you so much.
Konnichiwa, good afternoon everyone. I would like to explain a bit about
Bangladesh scenario, as we are going to launch the ADN hub soon, most probably next June. We're supposed to organize it before, but due to the COVID era, we stopped our chapter there. But still, we have many disasters, and we're doing. We have research on some research on disaster management and avoidable death, obviously. So I will explain a few of our activities in Bangladesh, how we can improve our disaster deaths. As a number of disasters, both natural and human-induced, happen every year across the globe, which cause both human lives and economic damages. The fatality from natural disasters can be highly variable from year to year and according to their number and severity of events. Usually, absolute economic losses are concentrated in high-income countries, whereas human cost of disaster fall on the low and middle-income countries. So the death toll is very alarming in Bangladesh due to the different disasters like cyclone, flood, tornadoes, hailstorm, and others. This is the natural phenomenon. Obviously, we have several man-made, man-induced disasters also. But we cannot stop the disasters, but we can build the awareness and improve the number of casualties from different disasters. Globally, over the past decade, natural disasters accounted for an average 0.1% of total deaths. If we check the graph, next like this, decadal average, the number of deaths is reduced, but if it is the, we can see from the 1900, the source is CRD, but we don't expect one single death. So we have to work to reduce the disaster death. In 2022, if we look that only 13,008 lives worldwide dead due to the floods in Pakistan, heat waves in Europe, Japan, severe drought in China and Kiribati, earthquakes in Indonesia and Fiji, typhoons in the Philippines, and again in 2023, if we check that the earthquake for a single death, there is 52,000 people killed in Turkey and Syria. Though it is not possible to prevent all the death from disaster, but raising awareness with context, scientific intervention, and sufficient risk governance measures, we can reduce the death. So in practice, incorporating the concept of this campaign in the national and local disaster risk reduction and management policies and investment programs, we can reduce the avoidable disaster death and save the lives. The mainstreaming of the campaign in disaster and climate change induced policies will strengthen the institutional and legislative capabilities to downsize the unwanted death tolls before, during, and after the natural disaster. So we have to increase the necessary structural and non-structural initiatives. In that case, some measures we can understand. The next slide, please. Retreating the settlements from the floodplain and hill slope areas, we can rehabilitate people and raising awareness in keeping track of the number of children, women, and elderly people, and also the disabilities people. Moreover, fewer persons will go missing sometimes, and the number of deaths sometimes are not countable. The cause and effect analysis of disaster for mitigation, recovery, and reconstructive measures, and also identifying the exact cause and assessing the risk with necessary contingency planning and preparedness activities. It will help to reduce the death from disaster through specific intervention. Resource pooling and risk transfer, this is also very important, and also under the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction, there is risk financing, insurance, and risk transfer concept. This is also very important to reduce the disaster rate.
And incorporation of risk governance knowledge, this is also important. And early warning message before the disaster. And in my case, I am working on meteorology, and we are working how we can improve the different kind of hazard early warning system in flash flood. Also, the accuracy and before the event is very important. So we can work on that. We can aware the people, and so dissemination of the information also very important. And in local language, we are trying to work on that, how we can improve the early warning system to local people. Health and safety net programs is also important. It will reduce the disaster-related fatalities. Anticipatory action, this is the new term for the people. Before the event, we can warn the people, and also we can ask people to stay at home, and for their life and livelihood, we can give them the subsidy. They can live in that time. So to promote the campaign of raising awareness, the aim and purpose of this day is very important to inform the stakeholders through different platforms like seminars, fieldwork, digital media, and research activities is very important. Improve the early warning system that I already mentioned, and develop active disaster management committee. It is already in our country available, working. I would like to show a diagram how it works. In Bangladesh, the disaster management is now more strong than before, and we can manage many disaster in a very short time. So our active team is working like a DM instrumentation, National Disaster Management Plan, Standing Order Committee, Disaster Management Policy, and Disaster Management Act. These are the our before the disaster, we have already prepared action, and we can work before the event. And disaster development linkage, this is also vision. We have different policies on that, and institutional structure. This is also DM authority and coordination is working together. And I would like to explain a bit about the anticipatory action. We have this anticipatory Red Cross, Red Crescent, Start Network, UN, and Save the Children together working on the different early action, like anticipatory action for the cold wave, heat wave, the flash flood, and they are giving the intensive to the people. So before the event, they already know who are going to be affected. So vulnerable people are they plan they work on the survey and find out the people who are vulnerable, and before the event they give subsidy and they ask them to stay at home. Thank you. This is all from my side.
So with this, we conclude the third session of our program today, and I now invite Dr. John to take over and initiate the next session, please. Thank you. Or we can just take a 5-minute break, and after that we can convene. Thank you so much. Just a very short 5-minute break.
Yeah, I need to go to the
Right. So I invite now Dr. John Sibila to take the proceedings and take it ahead in the next session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm John Atibila. I'm originally from Ghana, but I'm settled in the UK. And I was impressed. One of the first impressions I had was the way it is easy to come to to Japan. I was thinking there was going to be a big process of getting visa and all that, and I was going to understand you can just apply online, and then when you get to the airport, they will attend to you, and that is what happened. Thank you very much. I think it's a good way to promote more collaboration between ADN in Japan and those that are coming from outside. I was going to deliver a speech. I've been put to talk, but then it occurred to me I will be diluting what my bosses have already presented. From the University of Leicester, we have had 3 presentations, 3 very high-level presentations. One from the Pro-Vice Chancellor for research, and then the second from my own director, the Professor Eko Basa, whom I'm representing. So, and the Medita is here, she's giving a wonderful speech, she's continued to talk and so on. So I just thought that I didn't want to dilute what they have already presented, and so I decided to pull my speech out. If Hako's video didn't work, I was going to step in for him because I'm representing him. So I will not be speaking formally. My duty now is to facilitate the platform so that 3 presenters will be talking. One of them is a video, so it's going to be a live presentation, but it's virtual. We have a recorded presentation too, it's audio, there's no video, and then we have one in-person presentation. I would want now to introduce the honorable speaker who is waiting online. He's Colonel Sajesh Srivastava, the chairman of the Climate Resilient Observance System Promotion Council. And then he's the disaster and climate management expert within the government of India, and he has been a Senate member. I have the honor now to invite Colonel to deliver his presentation. Thank you.
We need to zoom on the project. Okay. It's right on the top.
Colonel, you can talk now.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. You can start.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you can go.
Can you hear me, please?
Yes, you can go.
Thank you so much. Respected Chair, Dr. John Atibila. Greetings to the audience from New Delhi, India. Well, I am Colonel Sanjay Srivastava. I am a veteran from Indian Army and I am chairman of Climate Resilient Observing System Promotion Council. It's a scientific intergovernmental non-profit organization. We work as interface between the scientific ministries and other departments, states, corporates, and communities. Our core expertise is in citizen science approach to mitigate disasters through technological interventions. May I share my presentation? Can you see it? Can you see the presentation? On the occasion of global campaign on International Awareness Day for Avoidable Deaths, I congratulate the entire team. I extend my heartiest greetings to entire team of Avoidable Deaths Network on celebrating 4th anniversary of ADN at its birthplace, Kansai University, Japan. It is great honor and matter of pride that International Awareness Day for Avoidable Deaths was launched today morning, and at the city of Izumiotsu, that's a blessed city to have launched the global campaign. My compliments to towering efforts of ADN team, in particular, its founder, Dr. Nivedita Ray Bennett and Dr. Hideyuki Shiroshita, and all the participants who have gathered together at the venue today. My regards and thanks to Professor Rajiv Shaw for his special support to the event. We all know human is most creative creation of God, and each life is precious. Avoidable Deaths Network, in consonance with the India's policy of zero avoidable death. I would like to say that India, as far as disaster management is concerned, is a well-organized country with preparedness, planning, prevention, mitigation, response, and we have a very, very innovative structure right from the national level up to the last mile, to the last man in the villages. We just had third session of National Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction. And in addition to the Sendai framework for DRR, the Sustainable Development Goals, the COP Paris Agreement compliances, our Prime Minister, Honorable Narendra Modi, who is the most popular leader of the world today, has his 10 points agenda converging everything in this agenda. And we follow this. And India, over the years, as Mr. Dilip told you, has managed to reduce the disaster deaths considerably. We have a large population of 1.4 billion, and we are one of the most hazard-prone country. Yet we have very less losses and less deaths. We welcome ADN Network's intervention in India, especially on the snakebite deaths. As far as the snakebite deaths in India is concerned, it has been mapped and the types of snakes have been identified. As per our report, In 2021, we had more than 10,000 deaths, out of which 60% were of male and 40% were of females. Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Uttar Pradesh, they are the leading states. In India, the snake bite is dealt by Forest Department and Health Department is the response agency. Few states in India like Odisha, Jharkhand, Bihar has identified this as a state-specific disaster, and Odisha, day before yesterday, was awarded Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose National Award for DRR for their achievements. Similarly, we have other states also doing good job, and we extend full support to ADN Network for their events in India. We have the snake bites early warning, the vulnerability mapping in terms of sex, seasonality, place, species, age in years, body location, time of the bite, hours of treatment, all those. We need to connect the ends, and we will be happy to contribute to the ADN intervention. We welcome you to India, we welcome you to Odisha, we welcome you to Delhi. And I can assure you the support from the government, from academia, and the civil society organizations. I would like to share that in India, such campaigns are very much welcomed, and our Lightning Resilient India campaign has been adopted as a national program. In our country, we have a collective effort which goes on. My apologies for not able to come to Japan physically due to my involvement in the National Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction. Next time I shall definitely come. I also take the opportunity to invite you to India and assure you of all support. At the end, I would like to express my thanks to the organizations and for giving us an opportunity to be part of the ADN. We wish all success to the global campaign on avoidable deaths. This is a picture of daffodils from Mizutori, India. We thank you for your intervention and we welcome you to India. Thank you.
Listen, one good thing about today's lunch is the Mohammed Ali Said Ali Al-Badi, who is an environmentalist and a political activist in the Sultanate of Oman. He's an advocate of the green concept of sustainable development, an elected member of parliament, and then he is also an entrepreneur. Mr. Mohammed Ali Said Al-Badi, the floor is yours.
Mr. Al-Khair, and this is what we say in Arabic. I think in Japanese you say something like kon. What's that? Kon yiti wa. Is that right? Anyhow, first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Nivedita, Dr. Head UK, and all the organizing committee members, as well as I have to extend my thanking to the local government people. I'm coming from Oman. I'm coming from Sultanate of Oman. Next, please. Oman, as you can see here, is the oldest independent state in the Arab world. It is located in the southeastern part of the Arabian Peninsula, and it covers a land of around 309,000 square kilometers. Next, please. Okay, we have a population of around 5.5 million right now, and half of them are Omanis, the other half are non-Omanis in Oman. Also, we have a very beautiful long beach. It's more than 3,000 running kilometers. I think I have to skip this short video because of the time. It's a short video about Oman, but I'm afraid that there is no time. So I'll skip it for. We have time? Okay, go ahead, please. So just we will play part of it. Many people don't know Oman. They know only Dubai. We are actually very close to Dubai. There's no sound. No sound.
Just release. Yeah. Just
no. We have big desert. We have mountains. We have coast. The geographical location of Oman is in the, as I said, in the easternmost side of the Arabian Peninsula, exposes the country to multiple natural hazards and sorry. So the geographical.
That's where you're standing.
Is it okay like that?
Yeah, that's better.
The geographical location of the Sultanate of Oman is in the easternmost side of the Arabian Peninsula, and that exposes the country to multiple natural hazards. And the important natural hazards are the tropical cyclones. We don't have, let's say, earthquakes or whatever. Mainly we have tropical cyclones, and which are leading to flash floods. As you can see in this slide, the death rate in Oman has been actually in the decline based on the United Nations status. So in 2022 was recorded as 3.3 per 1,000 people. Next. As you can see here from the last two lines, in the last few years, which is not normal in Oman, most of the tropical cyclones becoming almost every year. Before we never experienced this thing in Oman, but nowadays it's almost every year, and sometimes it's two strong cyclones in a year. This happened in Muscat. You see everything is got like flooded. Next. This slide is showing us one of the the strongest tropical cyclone happened in Oman. The first one is Gono. Actually, Gono hit Muscat and destroyed almost everything. Even bridges, flyovers, everything was destroyed. That hit the east side of Oman. Mukono was again one of the strongest and it hit the south of Oman. Shaheen is I can say, is the second strongest tropical cyclone, hit, and you can see the pictures there as well, hit the north side of Oman, and it really did a lot of damage in the country. Next. And that happened only last year in October 2001. This slide in general showing us a summary of the effects natural disasters, cyclones and floods from 1970 to 2021. Just in general, you can see the dates, number of deaths, if you need to go back to the slide, number of affected people and the cost of these cyclones. On the other side, road accident decline over 70% in Oman. So as you can see, in 2016, almost one accident every 2 hours. But nowadays in 2020, one accident every 6 hours. So there is a big decline. Statistics indicated that due to these accidents, almost 1,365 were injured and 371 died in 2020. And actually, we believe this big decline due to better management from the Oman Royal Police. Roads are very nice, rules are very strict as well. Next, please. This is a summary, a chart to show what the government actually doing in the emergency management in Oman. So they started in 1988 by formation of the first National Committee for Emergencies. In 2010, there was a royal decree, royal order, to create a national level crisis panel. And recently in 2018, Sub-Committee for Disaster Management. Okay, why this day is very important for us, for me. We believe, especially looking at the frequent, as I said, tropical cyclones and the recent cyclone Shaheen in Oman and its severe impact on everything. So therefore, the annual event of this annual event of international awareness for avoidable deaths is really important to draw the attention of the national levels and international community to minimize the causes of natural disasters, to reduce losses of lives and to raise awareness in various levels that disaster deaths are really avoidable. Okay, again, what does it mean in practice for me? This global campaign will capture I believe it will capture human stories of losing loved ones so that lessons can be learned and spread. Disaster management practices can be strengthened at local and national levels as well. Furthermore, a better understanding for the causes and circumstances of avoidable disaster deaths can become a promoter for a systematic change at the national and local levels. Next. Okay, what can I do? What can I do on my organization? YAS, Center for Environment and Health, in practice. YAS, Center for Environment and Health, which is a unit of YAS Hospital, is a center for excellence, and it is located in the north of Oman. It's a center of excellence in Oman that provides better health care, as well as demonstrates a model of environment management for the people in Oman. We participate in the joint rapid assessment of losses due to disasters, facilitate the provision of immediate relief to the affected communities, as well as engage in long-term rehabilitation process. Moreover, we are promoting Saving Trees campaign across the country to save trees that save lives. So what can we do to promote this event internationally or in Oman? Through my center, this global event, first of all, I think it should be published in Oman to show the importance of ADN activities, which I started doing. Actually, they published something about it yesterday. My team is studying, in my office, they are studying the feasibility of hosting this important event next year in Oman. We are also conducting awareness programs in different levels, like in schools, colleges, universities, to show the importance of this event. And we can do that in Oman only through the government-approved charity team. No one can do it just like that. We have to go to the approved, recognized teams in the country. Also, as a former member in the parliament, I'll be continuing our collaboration with the Shura Council, which is the parliament, to improve the policies towards reducing the impact of natural disasters on lives and basic human needs. Also creating, this is a very important point, maybe some of you don't know what is wadis in Oman. So creating awareness of the importance of restructuring wadis. Wadi is like a river, but it's only, you know, like we can call it natural water channels. Go back, please, back, previous slide. To ensure that there is a proper water flow, because, you know, these water channels now are filled with mud, with everything, so the water is flooded everywhere. This is, I don't play. This is a picture of the wadis. When it is really, when we have strong cyclones, strong floods, it destroys everything. Why? Because the natural channel itself, it's no more there. People are building, they are doing a lot of things, the government is distributing lands there, so no more. The wadis are no more. The water is not getting its natural way to go either to the desert or to go to the sea, to the ocean. Next. Finally, this is only a minute. You can see where I'm coming from, organization I'm coming from. YAS Center for Environment and Health. Music, please.
Last time it just came random. No, I did nothing. Last time I just looked at it's just understanding.
Yeah, thank you very much. The place for next year if we decided to take the opportunity. So thank you very much for that. My last speaker is Mr. Ronald Jackson. He's not able to appear on video, so kindly allow me to read his brief bio. Mr. Ronald Jackson is the head of Disaster Risk Reduction and Recovery Team for Building Resilience in the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, in Geneva, Switzerland. He is a member of the Crisis Bureau Senior Management Team. Before joining the UNDP, Mr. Jackson was the Executive Director of the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency and Director General of the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management in Jamaica. Mr. Jackson holds an MSc in Natural Resource Management and Environmental Resource Management from the University of West Indies. We'll now listen to the recording. Thank you.
The sound has had a delay. It like has to play for a second. It's not gonna like.
Good afternoon to you, and if you have viewers who are joining you online from across the world, good morning to them also. I want to take this opportunity to thank the ADN co-presidents Nebedita and Hideyuki for inviting me to speak to you at this important initiative. The scale and scope of the outcomes of disaster events, essentially the interaction between natural hazards and anthropogenic actions, are predicated upon how well governments, both national and local, manage the risk inherent in the development process under their purview. In the management process, only by identifying a political and economic imperative for the governance of these risks that it will be possible to translate this concept from an abstract one to one which will see national and local governments really begin to understand and to take the type of actions necessary to transform their national systems. For this to be useful, for the governance of risk, and in particular systemic risk, to be useful and effective, ultimately, it has to be framed in a way that is understandable and actionable for all national and local stakeholders. UNDP, in our effort to articulate a new paradigm for the management of systemic risk, conducted a study looking at several countries, including those in low and middle income countries. And we found a number of issues. One, that local governments outside of major cities in low middle income countries lack the technical capacities and resources to effectively manage the challenges before them. Two, that current governance models often were coordinated by emergency management organizations that lack political authority and technical capacity. Three, that as a society, we have tended more to focus on protecting development from exogenous threat. Little progress has been made in achieving a prospective risk management agenda. Four, that there was limited risk information in play or in use. We saw as well that there were short-term rather than a long-term focus on these particular issues, and that there were efforts more focused on coping and survival rather than proactive risk management. One where we would see efforts to prevent or better reduce the potential for negative consequences to occur. Ultimately, the challenges we've identified was that risk governance frameworks still were understood as a protection of the development from external threats, such as disasters, climate, and cross-border displacement, and that a corrective and reactive risk management model continued to predominate. As we've now come to appreciate, risk is socially constructed, and it is endogenous rather than exogenous to development. Hence, new risk is configured and internalized much faster than the existing risk has been reduced in our society. And of course, we know little progress has been achieved in really creating a sort of balance or momentum to shift from this approach. Risk governance going forward, therefore, has to shift from being one that embodies a fundamental internal contradiction with an objective on protecting the predominant development paradigm from risk. That is the paradigm that the paradigm itself is generating. Our current capacities are inadequate to deal with this conventional risk, and therefore we need to look to see how we can adapt our current governance frameworks to make it more fit for purpose to deal with the complexities that we are seeing as generated by the events of today and potentially the events of the future. In our case at UNDP, we've recognized this, and we've certainly spent the last 2 years re-articulating a different pathway for how we approach our efforts in disaster risk governance with an eye on advancing a risk-informed development agenda. For those who are not fully aware, risk-informed development emphasizes the importance of capturing the dynamics of intersecting threats, which increasingly are characterizing today's world. And it is also grounded in our disaster and climate risk governance practice, which provides a solid basis that can be built upon to embrace systemic risk. Through this risk-informed development approach, we intend to assist governments with diagnostics of the status of risk-informed development using an existing tool which we've adapted and strengthened, UNDP's Disaster Risk Reduction and Recovery and Climate Change Adaptation Mainstreaming tool as a starting point. We will assist them with development of a strategy to operationalize the risk-informed development paradigm in practice, provide training and capacity development to support for development planning agencies or sectoral departments. We will help them with monitoring progress in advancing risk-informed development, and we will share regional and cross-regional lessons learned and knowledge products, and finally, help in designing of integrated programs that aim to risk-informed development across a range of risk and not, in a single or siloed context. Beyond that, UNDP continues to support governments with efforts in strengthening their reactive risk management approaches, particularly looking at investments in areas of early warning systems to help with better anticipating and reacting and preventing, and in assessing and building capacities for better preparedness for response and resilient recovery. In terms of our disaster risk governance and how it contributes to the broader agenda that is being advanced by the ADN, which is looking to reduce mortality, disaster deaths, as you might refer to it, we have focused particularly on a number of areas more practically linked to what I've shared before. So we've done significant work already in national resilience policies and strategies and plans supporting governments in that regard. And here, what comes to mind very quickly for me is the work we've done in Dominica and supporting them with their resilience approach. We've helped with risk identification and risk estimation, and of course, strengthening the accountability and compliance arrangements, looking at sustainable construction practices by industries and creating transparent windows in the supply chain management in countries such as Bangladesh. We've supported in financial mechanisms and incentives, such as in countries in Uzbekistan. And we've done, over the last decade or so, last 5 to 6 years, we've invested more than $770 million in early warning systems. And we will continue with that process, noting the early warning for all initiative as being advanced by the Secretary General. We're strengthening formal, informal, territorial, and implicit governance arrangements, such as the work we're doing in Zimbabwe. Ladies and gentlemen, through these processes, we are hoping to strengthen national and local risk governance systems so as to ensure that they are anticipating and reducing or accounting for risk buildup in the pursuit of national and local development, and also enabling better planning to account for effective preparedness and response, but ultimately advancing a resilient recovery that will reduce risk exposure and vulnerabilities and hopefully change the scale and scope of future interactions between the hazard event, I like to call it triggers, and the existing variables, which are mostly anthropogenic. In closing, we believe that this approach will lead us to an enhanced risk governance system at national level, one which is better able to deal with interconnected risk, uncertainties, and unexpected change, that is better able to connect local authorities and draw on bottom-up processes and innovation for rapidly identifying and managing emerging risk and opportunities. One that is able to link national with regional and global scales to transform the increasingly globalized nature of risk, and to offer new forms of public and societal accountability by leaving no one behind today and in the future. We will also help them engage a broader network of stakeholders that represents a range of perspectives on risk at all scales, public, societal, formal and informal as actors within a system. And finally, one which will entertain transparent dialogues on the trade-offs between decisions on risk-informed versus risk-blind policies and investments. I'm therefore pleased to see ADN's increasing number of activities for reducing avoidable deaths, and particularly this global campaign, which will raise the visibility of all the organizations and agencies, including many of those in the UN system, such as ours, working in this critical field. Thank you, and best of luck to you on your journey forward.
Thank you very much for the time. I would now want to invite City and then Ebidita to come and then take over and finish the session. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。パート5ということで、最後のセッションになります。あと15分ぐらいでしょうかで終わるところでございます。Future of IAD4AD ということで、この、今日立ち上げました、国際、のこのイベントですね、イベント啓発デーの、今後について、議論するということになります。で、昨日、実は我々、このADN の関係者は、別のところで半日のディスカッションを持ちまして、そのあたりの結果というかですね、どういう議論があったのかというようなところなんかを皆さんとここで共有できればというふうに思います。So, yeah, please, yeah, Nimidita, and then Steve, yes, please come here, and then maybe it's better to sit somewhere. Stand, right? Okay, fine, no problem.
Yeah, this is just a very brief, it's an organogram, organization chart that we developed a few years ago about ADN and the way we work. So this is a very dynamic chart, okay? It's not static. I'll just very quickly brief you through. So basically, we have advisory board on the left-hand side. We have about 21 of them that are multidisciplinary experts from all around the world. And on the right-hand side, we have the two presidents, myself and Hideyuki. We are based in the UK and Japan. And then we have an operation team, about 15 of us, and they're all volunteers. They're all committed and passionate about reducing avoidable deaths. Now, avoidable deaths so far has two strands. One is the research strand, the other is the networking strand. And under the networking strand, we have few things that we have been trying to experiment, such as chapters, hubs, community. But Steve will be discussing a little bit more on the hub side or the networking side. So let me focus a little bit on the research strand. We do plan to, this is one of our vision in probably in 10 years time, that we would like to have a global hub. We don't know where we would like to have it. It could be, at the moment, ADN is virtual, so our members, advisors, regional coordinators are scattered all around the world. So a couple of days ago, I met quite a few of our collaborators. Some of them I have never met. So we are meeting for the first time as well in person. So we are totally a global and virtual community. So we would like to have a global hub either at Leicester or at Kansai or somewhere else, but we don't know where. So that is something there's a lovely direction of travel that we don't know, but it's nonetheless, it's going to be an interesting travel. Yes, we currently publish ADN newsletter. It's published annually, but we also would like to bid for an international journal for avoidable deaths. That's in the pipeline. We have currently, well, we would say, more or less 3 hubs, but I think it's only 1 hub that is functioning, that is in India. As I said, we did raise funds for launching the Bangladesh chapter in 2020. I also raised funds to launch the Uganda chapter in 2019, but due to COVID-19, all the funds were taken away from me. I did ask them if I could take it forward, but unfortunately I was not able to. As a result, we were not able to launch the chapters, but otherwise only the Bangladesh hub is working very well. India hub is working very well. On the other hand, the Bangladesh, although we do not have a hub, but I have been working in Bangladesh since 2017, and we have a very good network there. So we are hoping that through the launching of the Bangladesh chapter, we will be able to work on some of the activities that ADN does, and we will be able to replicate there in Bangladesh. We have organizational partners, which are about 31 of them. So if anybody interested here could join us. I know Professor Rajiv Shaw's organization, RICA, is part of ADN's organizational partnership team. So we have 31 of them. So anybody interested, you can join. I think that is it. And other than that, we currently focus on 3 research areas, which is snakebite deaths, second is drowning deaths, and the third is reducing women and adolescent girls' deaths from post-abortion complications during disasters and humanitarian crises. So these are the 3 areas that we currently focus. And as I said, partly because we try to understand what are the causes and circumstances that lead to disaster deaths, or the circumstances surrounding a death. And that has, in a way, informed the global campaign. And it is one of the components. We really need to understand what are the circumstances that are leading to deaths, so that we can come up with context-specific interventions in collaborations with the at-risk community. And this, in a way, marks the second phase for ADN. And we would like to do more collaborations with new organizations so that we can test new networking model. And we are really looking forward to working with Professor Norio Okada-san. And I know Professor Norio Okada-san has been experimenting with grassroots level networking model, and we would like to learn from that. And I think with that note, I'm going to stop. This is about ADN, but I think a little bit more on the networking side, and I will invite Steve. Steve, over to you.
Thank you, Nabadita. Lou, you can put the Japanese version on, because I see that they're using their binoculars to try to read it.
This is unofficial.
Yeah. Nice work. So I'm Steve Levinsky, and I'm an advisor to ADN. My area is the network. I've been working on networking for 20 years, and it's basically the idea that Professor Okada mentioned, how to make them common ground communication spaces, so how to get them together. But this is one of the projects that I've been working on. We talk about disaster deaths are avoidable deaths. And I learned that there's no such thing as a natural disaster. There are natural hazards. It's people that make them disasters. And so therefore, you can reduce deaths if you improve make them avoidable deaths. In a practical example, So the idea of reducing avoidable deaths, and a practical example would be if there was a framework to identify and measure avoidable deaths. So say, using a planning framework, the decision makers had to decide between retrofitting buildings, or spending their money on retrofitting buildings, or improving evacuation. You know, how would you measure how many lives could be saved? Would depend on what investments you make in it. So that's the type of thing that could be practically applied to reduce avoidable deaths and save lives. It's an example for a planning framework, and an avoidable deaths framework is very valuable for that. So the ADN is the only one that I know that is actually working on that concept. Beyond just deaths, it's also the other thing that has to be counted is the indirect deaths. And that's another dimension that should be brought in. Now there's just the number of people that die, but they don't measure the indirect deaths. And so this area is sharpening the whole concept of deaths due to disasters. So what is ADN's role in this? That's what we asked yesterday. We had a workshop, a brainstorming workshop. And we went out 10 years and we said, if ADN was successful, what if ADN is successful? So we looked at what we want to do with ADN to follow this idea. And we came up with a statement, a vision for 10 years is that in 10 years, the ADN should become, the avoidable deaths framework should be the main operating framework for disaster events, for all disaster events. When you're designing it, you look at disaster events using the avoidable deaths framework. So you can use it for planning, you can use it for tracking. And that would be getting that popularized throughout the world. And consequently, a dramatic reduction in avoidable deaths and deaths due to disasters, which goes back to the Sendai framework targets. So if you can get this concept across the world, all disaster planners, practitioners working on it, you could do something to reduce the deaths and dramatically help the Sendai framework goals. So that's what we said. So how are we going to get there? How to grow ADN so that it reaches there in 10 years, that everybody is using it? Well, this is what we brainstormed about. And we thought, how could we do that with the structure? So one of the things about this structure, which makes it interesting, is you have the practitioners, the networks, and you have the research. And the idea here is that little arrow going back and forth, which wasn't translated. The research opportunities come from the practitioners. So the research practitioners inform the research, and the research informs the practitioners. So they're connected this way. And it's a continual discussion. And where it starts is in those,
It's actually which one?
The ADN chapters. Those are, we have research coordinators there. And those are the groups that we talk about to create this common ground. We bring government officials in, we bring donors in, we bring the NGOs in, we bring the academics and research institutes in, we bring the private sector in. And this is a space where they can consult each other. They can say, who has done this? What kind of stories? What are we learning from you? It's the other perspectives. My rule on this, when I've done a lot of project design, is basically, if you don't get all the perspectives around the table, you're going to get the answer wrong. So it's very important, what Professor Okada talks about, is to bring them together and have a common space where they can communicate. So we want them to have more of these. You can see three of these ADN chapters. And we said, let's use it, these are local. Let's expand it. Let's make 100. Right? Let's go out 10 years, let's do 100 chapters. So why not? Because regional coordinators can say, anywhere in the world, I want to start a chapter. I'm interested, we want to bring this space to my country or my city. There's also, as we have here, municipal level, they can do it that way. And they would have to come up with, setting it up and running it. And their job would be to promote it, including the annual day, and get members on it and have these conversations. And as they have the conversations, they're going to come up with ideas that need researching. They're going to look for opportunities, knowledge gaps that say, well, we better look at this. We need to convene a study. And in that network, there will be donors, there'll be sponsors. So we say, we would like to pay for this research. And then it goes to the hubs. And the hubs say, we will carry out the research for you and bring it back to the practitioners. So the hubs, we have 3 hubs, and hopefully we can grow more hubs, because that's where the universities come in and the other practitioners. So that was the way to do that. So you have sponsorship. So that's from the research. So then we talked about, so we did the networks, and we did the hubs, research. Now we're going to talk about the financing. Financing now has been very slim. We're all volunteers. Nobody's been paid on any of this stuff. We're all working because it's our passion. We want to achieve something about reducing avoidable deaths, and it doesn't make any difference if we work nights or weekends or days. And I know, because I do a lot of work with Nivedita, and she's calling on Saturdays and Sundays. And so what we have now is you want to set up a chapter, the region coordinator will say, okay, you have to contribute. You have to come up with a moderator for this network, right? And you have to sponsor some things, like we're doing here at Kansai, bring people together. Oman hopefully offered, right? So do the costs. So that's going to generate some costs to keep these things going. These regional coordinators have an advisory group, an advisory board that's part of the structure. And they would be the ones to say, we'll keep this going. And then, of course, the research could be done with sponsors. And again, the donors are there, so they can be sustained that way. So the research is sponsored to the funding. The networks would be sponsored through the advisory groups. And that's basically how that could work. The other thing, finally, is the visibility. You can't just set up 100 buses. You have to make it visible. And this is where the public engagement area comes in. Local visibility. You're doing these chapters locally. So you start locally and you scale up at one level. And at the other level, you get involved in global events. They're sponsored by the Sendai Framework, the UNDRR, those types of things. You get on your platform. And so you're visible at a higher level. And I think those are the where we're going to start. This is the strategy, working at global level, working at local level, growing these ADN chapters, promoting research, trying to do financial sustainability. And that's what we worked on yesterday. And that's going to be, hopefully, the plan going forward. Now, the idea then is, how does this relate to the global campaign? And I think that's the next step. And I think, Debbie, you wanted to talk about the global campaign, or you
Very quickly, yes. Please feel free to download this guidance document.
Yeah.
Please use the microphone.
Yes,
Yes,
microphone.
Please download, and there were copies, but we have run out. Sorry about that. So you can download the guidance for campaigners document. We have the diagram on avoidable deaths framework, and I'm still working on the book, but otherwise we do have some publications on the avoidable deaths framework that Steve alluded to. And then also we have a chapter on how you can organize this event in your own setup. So we have provided a few examples. If you are a policymaker, I have provided a broad guideline as to how you can celebrate the day. If you are, let's say, a public, there is a guideline, you can use that. And if you want to engage with the media, we have provided very broad guidelines. But I think today we listen to all our regional coordinators, the collaborators, we've got more ideas. And I have written in the document that this is a dynamic and living document. I will have to continue to update it as we move on. And there are 13 key global messages, so please feel free to use those messages, use our cultural assets so that there is a consistency the way we are trying to promote this global campaign across the world. So yes, I know I'm conscious of the time. So please feel free to download this document, this guidance for campaigners document. And we are very grateful to UNDRR. They have reviewed it. There are very few errors and mistakes, and I'm very thankful to them. So this document has been reviewed by UNDRR, so please feel free to use it. Thank you very much.
Let me add one more thing. Because the idea of the campaign that we talked about yesterday is we're going to hopefully introduce a professional assistant or something to run this. You need to work to have this happen. So continually, the annual day, hopefully, we'll have some staffing to make sure that this happens and gets promoted and so on. So that's the final part of the structure that we're going to fill in our brainstorming session from yesterday.
So Stephen, Mimrita, thank you very much for sharing, the outcome from the yesterday framing session. はい、ではですね、今日12時45分から長丁場でございまして、皆さん本当にご参加いただきましてありがとうございました。最後にですね、関西大学社会安全学部の副学部長の長松慎吾先生から閉会の挨拶をいただきたいと思います。よろしくお願いします。
皆さん、こんにちは。ただいまご紹介に預かりました関西大学社会安全学部の副学部長をやっております長松と申します。まず、主催者を代表いたしましてですね、ご挨拶をさせていただきたいというふうに思っております。まず最初に今日のこのイベントなんですけれども、大変に感動いたしました。世界中からですね、この問題に関して関心のある人々が集まってきたということだけではなくて、すごくグローバルなレベルの議論と同時に、本当にこの一人一人の命を守るために立ち上がった子どもたち、ローカルな活動と、それらが全部一体となってですね、議論ができるということは、本当に素晴らしいことだなというふうに思いました。よく、think globally, act locally っていう有名な言葉がございますけれども、この場はですね、まさしくその言葉を体現する場だったのではないかなというふうに思っております。少し私どもの関西大学社会安全学部の紹介をさせていただければと思います。私どもの学部は、1995年に起こりました阪神・淡路大震災の教訓、それから2005年にJR 福知山線列車事故というのがございまして、これで107名の方々が亡くなられました。こうした不幸な災害、事故を繰り返さないようにするためにという思いで、この関西大学に12番目の学部として設立されたのが、私ども関西大学社会安全学部でございます。2010年に設立されて、もう間もなく13年になろうとしているところでございます。従いまして、私どもの学部の設立の理念にはですね、まさしくその震災であったり、事故であったり、そういったことで亡くなる人々が出ないようにという、まさしくこのネットワークのAvoidable Deathsを減らすという、その理念に共通するものがあるわけでございまして、私どもが今回、このネットワークのですね、主催者の一つとしてですね、貢献できるということをですね、大変に嬉しく思っているところでございます。で、私個人といたしましても、実は私はですね、経済学が専門でございまして、災害や事故が大規模な災害が起こった後の雇用をどうするか、仕事をどうするかということについて研究をしてきました。で、1995年の阪神・淡路大震災の後に、多くの人々が仕事を失って、その生活が立ち行かなくなって、 自ら命を絶つというような出来事が少なくありませんでした。災害で人が亡くなるというのは、今日の議論でもありましたけれども、直接亡くなることだけではなくて、間接的に今申し上げたような形で命を失われる方も多くなる。こうした不幸を繰り返さないようにするということはですね、私個人にとっても大変、重要な、そのことについて考える大変重要な機会をいただいたと思っております。さて、最後になりましたけれども、本日このイベントをですね、開催にあたって多くの皆様の支えをいただきました。まずはゲストの皆様、世界中から遠く関西まで、泉大津までお越しいただきましたこと、本当にありがとうございます。また、泉大津市をはじめ、ここでですね、このイベントを開催するためにご尽力いただいた皆様にも、厚く御礼を申し上げたいと思います。というわけで、泉大津市の方々には厚く御礼を申し上げたいと思います。で、最後に、今からですね、私が主催者ではなくて、一参加者としてお話をすることをお許しください。一参加者としてですね、本日このような素晴らしいイベントをですね、リードしてくださった2人の方に、お礼と拍手を捧げたいというふうに思っております。まず一つは、レスター大学のベネット先生です。最初の素晴らしい基調講演に加えてですね、終始議論をリードしてくださったその熱意にですね、参加者として、厚くお礼を申し上げたいと思います。もし皆様よろしければ拍手で、ご登場いただければと思います。それからもう一人はですね、共同代表の私どもの身内でございますけれども、塩下先生にもですね、大きな拍手でお礼を申し上げたいと思います。特に、これだけのイベントを開催するには並々ならない、ご苦労があったのじゃないかなというふうに思います。お礼を拍手を申し上げたいと思います。どうかよろしくお願いします。拍手。では、どうもありがとうございました。
どうもありがとうございました。花松先生、どうもありがとうございました。そうしましたら、これで予定しておりました行事はすべて終了となりますが、ということですね。はい、では長時間にわたりましてご参加いただきまして本当にありがとうございました。これにて中締めということでこの会を解散したいと思います。どうもありがとうございました。ありがとうございました。